Hi. Hello, everybody. How you doing? Oh my gosh, there are so many of you. Caitlin, Heather, and Anne. Thank you for joining the channel memberships, becoming one of us. I love y'all the most. I'm so excited that y'all are here. Hi, Ella. Hi, Cello Chicky. Let's see who else. Finley. Oh my gosh, isn't it like friggin' 2 a.m. there? What are you doing, dog? Please go to sleep when you're ready to go to sleep and don't feel like you have to be here. Hi. My D&D session was good. Yeah, I'm like trying to think through. It was pretty good. It was like, a lot of character development, exposition kind of stuff, like minimal combat today, which was also nice for my gentle little nervous system. Hi, Hattie the Hat. Christine with a K. Hi, Eric. Oh, it's 1 a.m. for you. My God. Fabian, let's fucking go, dude. I'm so thrilled Netflix sent me an email. Oh, that's actually really nice. Shout out to Netflix. Yes, hello, Christine with a CH, but not the Christine with a CH that is Finley's Christine from Germany. There's so many Christines, you guys. Hi, Tina. Got my dinner sitting down on the couch with everything set up and ready to go. I love that. Listen, before we get into it, ooh, my DoorDash just got dropped off. Before we get into it, I want to set some clear expectations, I guess, ground rules. With this being a live event, I don't really want to pause while we're watching. I think it will just be better if we watch it live, because the thing is, I read that we can pause it, but then we won't be in real time, and so then we can like scooch it back to real time, but then we'll miss stuff, so my iced tea is here, you guys. Oh, everyone just saw your beautifully sculpted thighs, Lovey, because I have cat cam on. Thank you. Shout out to Transit Tea for selling actual fucking buckets of tea. Ice cream at the ready. Yes. I know, that's the puppy. That's Savannah. You want to say hello? Oh! Hold on. Look at your cute little face. What a sweet little bean. She's so cute. But yeah, so I don't really want to pause while we're watching, which also means for those of you who are watching the replay, I'm so sorry. I love y'all the most, but I am going to talk over some of this. This is an unusual situation, so normally I think best practice is to pause when I have stuff to say or a reaction so that we're not overwhelmed with the audio of like multiple things running. But again, this is unique. I'm giving myself the pass for today. Also, let me fix cat game. Hold on. I don't know where Echelon is, you guys. Echelon hasn't clocked in. Hi, Natty. But yeah, hi, Tori. Hi, Elise. Sorry. Hi, Elsie. So yeah, I am, however, going to build in some time for us at the end to just like debrief and chit chat about what all went down. So don't misunderstand. We're going to get into it. We're going to unpack everything, and air out the tea, but just at the end. So everybody hold your horses. I've got wine. Oh, love that for you, Britt. Ooh, that's so good.
Echelon's sleeping under the bed.
Aw, man. Echelon's sleeping under the bed, you guys. Late for her shift again. Yes, Eric, she is. Maybe we can note things on here that we might want me to. Yes, Gemma Bell. If there's something that you guys want me to talk about, put it in the chat, and or like honest to God, just make a note of it on your own time, and then bring it back up after the fact. I will happily unpack all of this stuff. But yeah, I think like me trying to be doing all the things is like too much. Hi, Allison. Thank you. Yes, my D&D game went really well. We had a lot of like character building, chit chatties type stuff today. And not a lot of combat, which was nice, honestly. Anyone know if the live event will have commercials or breaks? Tina, I don't know. I know that you can pause it and rewind and then catch back up to real time. But I don't know if they're going to build in ads or breaks. I'm probably not going to take a break. Like, if they don't take a break, I'm not taking a break. I'm not missing anything. Because also, too, I was talking to Erin about this, and, like, in a way, I'm excited to just, like, sit and plug through this whole thing with you guys, because this is how cable TV used to be, you know? Like, I have vivid memories of being a little kid, and, like, a show would come on at a particular time, on a particular day of the week, and, like, you just have to sit and watch it, you know? And if you miss it, you miss it. So D&D seems like such an investment. It is kind of, but I will say the group that I initially started playing with has been so kind in like educating me and like helping me to get my feet under me. So joining a group or like a party that is friendly to newcomers and is like game to sort of walk you through the basics makes a big difference. It feels a lot less overwhelming that way. Yeah, Netflix doesn't normally have ads. So I'm assuming they won't. I know, Maggie, I'm so curious about how long it's going to be too. My friends and I are trying to get a D&D group together, but we're all scared to DM. Elsie, I literally just started DMing a different group because Erin is not involved in the group that I just played with, and Erin really wanted to play, so we decided to like put together a different group of different friends. And I decided to DM because of the 4 of us who'd never played before, or 5 of us who'd never played before, I'd played like, 2 sessions, and I was like, all right, I guess I'm doing it. And don't get me wrong, it is very overwhelming. But also it's really fun. If you're somebody who's like creative and you have this like, imagination, like inclination, I highly recommend it. As a person who just will get lost in my own brain a lot of times, with like movies and stories and like fantasy and like all that stuff. I love that kind of media. I've really, really enjoyed it. Let's just get away with murder. I do let you guys get away with murder, but also because you guys are new. And so like, I'm just here for the creativity. Honestly, I love that you guys like, just chaos gremlin around. I think it's fun. Yes, we do love that chaos, Erin. Okay. So we are, Erin is not in the crop top, but you guys can't see it, and I can't show you my crop top without almost exposing my boobies. Yeah.
Is it just going to show up that it's on? Is it not even available yet? What are you doing?
I'm trying to show everybody my crop top. Yeah, so I think we can get in there as soon as 4:50. It's 4:48 right now. So we will click on the thing as soon as it's available to me.
I don't know what we're doing next month.
Oh yeah, I forgot. Oh my gosh. Also next month, you guys, in case you didn't know, is May Mental Health Month. And so we haven't done a fundraiser yet on the channel, and I really want to do one. So I know that you guys also really want me to watch MILF Manor. So we're going to do MILF Manor for May Mental Health Month, and I'm so excited about it. We're going to do lives. I'm going to announce the schedule after we wrap this. But we're going to do live streams on Sundays because I thought they'd be hilarious, because one of the MILF Manor streams will land on Mother's Day. Oh my gosh, Britt, thank you for becoming one of us. I'm so excited to have you be a channel member. I cannot handle that. I'm so excited. Me too, Gemma Bell. Yeah, I think it's going to be a great time. I am really, really excited to watch a type of media that I've never seen before. But like I said, we're doing a fundraiser. So I haven't settled on an organization yet. But I was made aware that y'all should be able to donate directly through the live chat, as long as it's an organization that like is partnered or something. So I'm going to try to pick one that is, eligible for that, so that you guys can just donate directly and we don't have to do the like daisy chain, you super chat me and then I donate it thing. But I also do really want to donate to an organization, like a nonprofit that's like smaller, and like will really benefit from the money. So we'll see. I'll be announcing all of the details, but for now, stay tuned for May Mental Health Month. We're watching MILF Manor, and I'm going to be so excited. I've been planning it for a bit, worked it into my budget. Yay, Chloe finally made it to a live. They dropped new episodes, and I see Lauren and Cameron. Victoria, you stop it right now. Are you serious? I'm a big fan of the Lachey's. Okay, let me see if we can get into this. It doesn't. Let me refresh this. We set a dono goal that we can reach for. Ooh, Fabian, I love that idea. I would love that. Ooh. It's happening. Okay, great. I'm assuming this is just going to be a waiting room at this point. Hannah! Oh, yes. You got to have wine for this. Hi, Christina. I'm so glad you got to be here, too. Pardon the interruption. Oh, no. Why do I feel like there's so many people trying to watch this that it's going to crash fucking Netflix? Oh no, you guys. This might be a fuck show. Oh no. I'm going to be so mad if this doesn't work. I have one too. Clink clink. You guys are cute. Yeah, you guys, this is not working and it's not me. We're literally live streaming, so it's not my fucking internet. Oh, Netflix, you cocksuckers. I'm going to be so fucking mad if this doesn't work. Oh, come on. Look, you guys. Hold on. Mira, what am I supposed to do about that? What the fuck, man? I'm at 25%. Ooh, they might be blue balling us all, Christine. Yeah, I was wondering if it was going to be able to handle this amount of traffic. My Netflix is already not loading at all. Oh, you guys. Yeah, I'm going to refresh Netflix right now. Yeah, see, it does this. And then, yeah, Netflix is definitely about to crash. Fuck. Oh, no. No, really, it's not. Watch. Look. I think Netflix is not prepared. Netflix can't handle.
They can't hang.
Yeah, they have set themselves up for something that they can't actually make good on. I'm just going to be here playing Breath of the Wild. Oh, Finley, I saw you posted in the Discord about it. How's that going? Oh, that's right. Oh, my God. It's almost time. Okay, great. Oh, and it crashed.
Oh, they're not going to.
This is a bloodbath.
What are they, amateurs?
Oh, Natty, you got in? Oh, my gosh. Okay, great. You got kicked out, too. Let's see if it works.
This feels like server updates for video games.
It does. Anyways, while this is loading, in May, we're also going to be streaming Tears of the Kingdom for Vaguely Therapeutic because I am obsessed with Breath of the Wild. So we're going to be playing that. I'm going to be like live streaming my very first reactions to the video game, and I'm so excited. So if you guys want to come play video games with me, come hang out. Mine says it's almost time. Yeah, I get the it's almost time screen, and then it like, boop, get the error message. Yep, there it is. Damn, Netflix. Plugin has crashed. Reload page. And I got kicked out.
I wonder if you should download the Netflix app.
Can I? Is it an app for?
But it would change your screen recording shit.
Mm-hmm. Which should be fine, honestly. I just don't want to miss it. I'm going to be so mad if we can't get in there by the time.
I'm sure it's not starting until 5.
No, yeah, I know. But, I mean, still. Netflix's team is probably spiraling. Somebody's going to get fired. Guaranteed. Yes, Hattie the Hat. I'm so excited. I got in for 1 second and then it kicked me. Yeah, Hannah, same. Not on your computer, but through your phone. Yeah. Let me see if there's a Netflix app for desktop. You guys can just watch me Google stuff.
Are you serious?
Microsoft Store.
Yeah.
I'm in on my phone holding for now. Okay. I'm downloading the Netflix app from the Microsoft Store, and maybe that will work better. Oh, Live Bug. Here, you guys want to watch my dog be a goof? Oh, that's like right at your crotch, Livy. Maybe, yeah. Sorry about that. You'd think $1 billion corporation would be able to make this work. You'd think so, Fabian. You'd think so. You think they would have, like, I don't know, done some fucking tests or, like, anticipated the amount of volume after they endlessly promoted it. Has anybody else been getting harassed by fucking ads for this on TikTok? Oh, no. I want to sign in. You guys can't see my... Yeah, no, you can't. Okay, great. Are the dogs having a field day over there? Let's see if Mickey can remember the Netflix password.
I give it 3 tries at least.
Sign in. Oh, 1 try, bitch. Wow, good for me. Okay, great. Thanks.
Why do you do this? You're so weird.
What is she doing?
Her butt. She likes her butt.
Oh, I know. She likes butt scritches. All right, let's see. Whoops, something went wrong. This device doesn't support live streaming. Fuck you. Netflix home. Damn. I'm going to be so fucking mad if this doesn't work. Netflix has been live on TikTok all day. That's what I'm saying. Christine. See, that's also my problem is that we have different passwords for freaking everything. Listen, Netflix, I need you to fucking get it together. It sent me to the previous episode. Ugh. Becky, you made it in. Ugh. Lucky. Yeah, that's true. The 5 or 10 minutes will probably be recap, but still. It's also just like kind of the principle of the thing, you know? I feel like it should just work when I want it to. Caitlin, the Discord, you can find the link to our Patreon in the description. And then when you join the Patreon, you will get a link to the Discord, but also to be aware when you join the Patreon, that you can watch the streams without the censor while it's live only. Replays without the censor will not be available. So you'll have regular replays on the channel, but it will have the overlay on it. Yeah, something went wrong. Wow, this is so fun. Hi, JJ Measy. It is live, sort of. There's like a holding room I think they're redirecting people to, but it keeps crashing because I don't think Netflix anticipated this was going to happen. Brie Law, but if I get it on my phone, I can't stream it for you guys. Like, I don't know. I can't put OBS on my phone. You guys won't be able to watch it with me. I know, the pup is so cute. Erin is riling her up. It's giving me an error too. Yeah, something tells me that Netflix is spiraling right now. Oh, God. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Sasha. Maybe try a private window. Ooh, that's a good idea. New private window.
Just blocking just you alone. Just you.
Yeah, me specifically. I'm being victimized. Ooh, okay, hold on. You guys don't need to see this. Nobody needs to see what my username and sign in is. This is so annoying. It is so annoying, Gabby. It is so annoying. We're being victimized by Netflix. Mine isn't showing the waiting room. I'm just getting the thumbnail and the buffering thing. Okay, Britt. I guess that's like an in-between. Watch live. You can't get Netflix to load on your computer or TV, just only on your phone. That's so annoying. Is that a workaround, Lovey? Can we do it on my phone? I don't think we can. Yeah.
I'm not with an iPhone.
Whatever. Yeah, no, it's not working in a private window either. I know, little pup. That's Savannah. Okay. You want to say hello, pup? You're trying to use the app on your iPad? Oh, the panic at Netflix must be so high. Yeah, I can't get into the waiting room either, uninspired.
Episode with it, they're in his brain. He got rid of everything but fine dining and
yes. Yeah, big SpongeBob fine dining energy. Mine's been fine on PS5. Oh, that's nice. I'm very happy for you. Was I not just yelling at Mickey? Hi, fax machine. At least it went from 25% to 76%. What happened? Oh my God. I got in the waiting room. Yeah, that's what happened to me too.
Netflix is like, whose idea was this?
Everyone's telling them on Twitter. Oh my God, I love that. Netflix is being bullied on Twitter. Yes, Tori. It does feel like when you try to buy concert tickets with the early code. It's giving Ticketmaster, Netflix, and I don't like it. Finally, not me. I fucking hate Twitter. I never use it. I think I've logged on to Twitter one time in the last like 5 years. Oh, now even Netflix is just not loading.
Everyone else is probably so mad. Like, why can't we just watch our shows like normal?
No, literally. Can you imagine all the people who are just trying to watch their little soaps and stuff? Oh no, you guys, look at what's happening. It's literally, yeah, Netflix won't load at all. It's getting worse, I think. Oh, fuck. Well, you know, y'all, I don't know what to say. I don't know what to tell you. I didn't anticipate this. Let me see if I can get this to go. Does anybody know if Netflix has responded?
Someone tells me they're probably a little preoccupied.
They have separate people whose job it is to manage the social media.
One person does everything.
I don't think that's true. Not working.
Okay.
I know. Don't rile them up, Lovey, because then they're going to get all... Girls, I know we did break Netflix. Here, let's look at Down Detector. I bet it's nuts. Look at Down Detector for Netflix, you guys. Oh, Netflix broke your whole TV. Choking on cotton candy. That's awful. I'm so sorry. 600 people are in here? Oh, great. We have a whole bunch of people to watch me be like, I don't know what to fucking do. Also, hi, everybody. If you're here to watch Love is Blind, thanks for coming. If you're not subscribed, you should subscribe because next month we're doing MILF Manor for May Mental Health Month, and we're going to do a fundraiser and raise a whole bunch of fucking money to help people access their mental health services. So subscribe to the channel and turn on notifications. Yes. It's coconut and lime. It's so good.
Coconut.
Just blocked John Netflix. The page is loaded for me, but it says starting soon. Okay, great. That's good, I guess.
I don't like it.
Oh, okay. Well, that's fine, Pumpkin. You don't have to like my things. Nerdflix. It's been my dream to hear you read my username on stream. Hi, by password. Hi, by password. Thanks for coming. Ah! Okay, at least Netflix worked now. Still in the waiting room. They're not starting yet. Okay, that's good.
I feel like they're probably like, how many people are going to watch? 10 people?
No, literally. Oh my God. Okay, well, we have 800 people in the stream now. Hi, everybody. Sorry that I don't have anything fucking interesting to tell you.
Let me see if I can find this cat.
I'm in Netflix in the Love is Blind page, but it still hasn't started. Okay, great. Thank you, Heather. I appreciate all of the inside track. Yeah, Netflix is absolutely just shitting the bed on this one. I got in for a second. Yeah, Madeline, that happened to me earlier. I got into the waiting room a few times. Mm-hmm. Hello to everybody who's in here. I'm so sorry that I don't have anything to show you. I feel so bad. Yeah. They should do a live on YouTube. Honestly, Anna, it'd probably fucking work better. But also, I can't even anticipate how much traffic they must be experiencing. Tell us how your day went. Okay, I can do that. This morning, Erin and I previewed, reviewed an episode of Vaguely Therapeutic. That's going to go up later this week. It was really fun and very cute.
Made some music for your new podcast?
Yes, Erin made some music for a new project that I'm working on. And then I went to play D&D with my friends. And that was very fun. Today was like a pretty chill day, for D&D. We didn't do a lot of combat, which honestly was kind of nice. Let's just watch something else that's problematic. Honestly, Gabby, like I'm really about to, like, I don't know, you know, they just tweeted love is late. Well, you know, Netflix, you make billions of dollars every year. Do better. Fucking try harder, man. Like the fact that Netflix is broken. I know, Britt. They may do the live on Instagram too. Ooh, interesting.
That's so weird.
That is weird. Let me see if it's working though. Hold on. Don't look. You guys can look at my Instagram really quick. Instagram. I don't know which Instagram it's logged into. Discord wants to know if someone on Discord gets in, is there a way to share it with you? Ooh, Finley, I don't know, actually. Also, hi to everybody in Discord. Discord. If we max out the room in Discord and people can't join anymore, please let me know. Because I will do my best to rectify that situation. Oh my God, Hannah! Just want to thank Mickey so much for doing all these live streams. Y'all have been streaming for like 5 hours a day. Hannah, I love you. Thank you. You're so sweet. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate all of you who send me super chats, by the way. I know the dogs are like really on one, and I think maybe the dogs need to take it down a notch. Oh my gosh. Seating chart. Look at them posting all this stuff on their, here, look, I'll show you. Window capture. Look at Netflix posting all this stuff on their Instagram story. They can't take the heat, man. What the heck? Is there also an announcement about what the fuck is going on here? No. Okay, great. Okay, sorry. Hold on. Hi, by password. This is all the motivation I need to do water changes on all 3 of my fish tanks. Thank you so much for what you do, and wish me luck. Aw, thank you so much. I wish you luck on your fish tanks. Fingers crossed that it goes great. I don't know. Myra, I don't think it's started yet. I literally can't get Netflix to load. Like, literally, this is what it's doing. Okay, at least this is loading now. I saw somebody said they just made a live for the first time. Thank you for coming. Sierra, thank you for the $3 super chat. That's a really adorable emoji, and I appreciate it. Fist bump to you too, my friend. Netflix is pissing me off. This is so ridiculous. Yeah, no, April. Look at the down detector.
Look how many little dots they have on their
I know, that's what I said. I literally just showed it on the stream. It's crazy. Yeah, I think everybody, everywhere, always is having a pretty fucking rough time getting Netflix to load right now. We've tried using the app. We've tried a private browser, and so far it's not working. However, if you're watching at home, oh my God, Gmail, don't put spoilers in the chat. I'm hoping you're kidding. People have had more success using it on their phone, but unfortunately I can't stream from my phone. I need OBS to be able to do all the things that we do. And I don't have the capability to do that. Damn you, Netflix. It's not my internet connection. Yeah, please don't put spoilers in the chat. I wonder if Beans is going... April, be kind. Someone tweeted, this is all Shelby's fault. I just know it. You guys. Oh my gosh. Oh yeah, please thumbs up the stream if you're new here, or if you haven't yet already. You better be joking. I know, Natty. I feel like Maddie from Euphoria. You better be joking. Do we need to slow chat? You know what's so funny is I took subscribers mode off and slow mode off because I was like, it's just a reunion. It'll be fine. And then now there's 3,000 people in the chat. So it's fine though. Also, we're just vibing right now because there's nothing to watch because Netflix is having a time. It says live will start soon. Okay, great. Thank you, Ronnie. Yeah, if anybody has actually made it into the stream, please let me know if it started or what the deal is. On principle, boot Gmail. No spoiler. Yeah, I'm not going to boot anybody because also I don't think I could find them if I wanted to. But please don't put spoilers in the chat. We like discovering things as we go in real time, especially because it's a live event. Hi, Zoe. Hi, everybody. Thank you for coming.
I'll keep my phone on standby.
Thank you. Yeah.
You might as well just have yours on too then, just in case.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. I'm so glad I have the Netflix app on my phone now. What? Is it going?
I don't think so.
No, I don't think so either. When Aaron was on his work trip, I was watching Netflix on my phone in bed a lot. And so I just have it open and logged in already.
Is this what you know if it goes up?
Yeah, that's true. I have it on live on my TV and my phone. It says the screen saying it's almost time. Okay, yeah, so they still haven't started it yet. I have a feeling they're going to try to wait to not start it until most of the issues.
What if it's like the concert thing where you don't want to come out on time?
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. Maybe this is all a ruse, you guys. Maybe it actually is working just fine and Netflix is throttling their service. Yeah, because they know that people are excited and so they're building anticipation, like when a concert act refuses to come out on time. Now it's working for me on laptop. Ooh, Deborah with the good news. Hopefully that's me soon. Can't get it working either. Yeah, Olivia, I think.
Shane commented in the chat, like Shane.
Yeah.
Something, and someone's like, Shane, can you call them and tell them to fix it?
I know, Shane. Call somebody, man. We need Cameron and Lauren on the phone. Ash, I am so disappointed too. Like, I had the thought that, like, what if this doesn't work? And I immediately dismissed it because I was like, no, surely not, right? They're a multi-billion-dollar company. They should be able to anticipate the type of traffic that they'll receive, especially because they've been hyping up their show. And then this happened. So, you know, I know, Hattie the Hat. Of course, the time that we have hella people in the chat. Also, hi to everybody who's new here. Thank you for coming. I love y'all the most. If you're new and want to subscribe, we talk about therapy and mental health content, especially debunking myths in popular media, which Netflix is like the champion of. So you should subscribe and stick around. Someone in the Discord is in the waiting room. Oh, shit. Yeah. Lovey. We can only have a certain amount of people in the Discord rooms at a time. I know. Someone is in the waiting room in the Discord. If you're in there, can you jump off just so that we can get someone else in there? But if not, we might have to start a separate server or a separate room. Can you see? Are you in the Discord room right now, Pumpkin? Okay, thank you. Let's see here. There are 2 people waiting. Okay, thank you, Finley. Yeah, we're working on it. It hasn't started. Okay, for real, Gmail, with love, you're getting muted, babe. I asked kindly, and you're continuing to put spoilers in the chat after we've respectfully asked you to not. So no more. Sarah Hull, oh my gosh, thank you for becoming a channel member. You're one of us. I'm so excited to have you here. Thank you for coming. I know the loading is so stressful. Gentle Janet, tell me about it. Did this happen with the Chris Rock show? I don't know. Oh, Twitter says a 15-minute delay. Okay, great. Netflix totally burst on their average. I know. I really don't think Netflix anticipated this happening, which is also silly. They really should have anticipated this was happening. Yeah, I put Gmail in timeout, you guys. For real, like, I love you all in the chat so much, and I think 99.9% of the time, y'all are the coolest. But please be respectful. Don't put spoilers in the chat. Not only is it not fair to all of the other people watching, but for me, I don't like finding out stuff before I see it on the show. That's part of the fun. That's part of what we're doing here. So be kind. Why is it not working? DJ Maui, I think because Netflix didn't anticipate the amount of traffic. It feels like the old days of the internet where, like, when everybody would try to buy something and the website crashes. I think that's what's happening right now. So yeah, Netflix wasn't working for me at all earlier, Danielle. I had to, like, give it a break and then reload it, and it started to work again. But yeah, for anybody who's new here, look at the down detector reports for Netflix outages. Natty, can we do subscriber only mode because I see some trolls? What?
Not a bad idea. Also, there's no limit on the Discord channel.
Oh, there's not? So that we should have...
Is someone having trouble?
Yeah, there's 2 people in the waiting room for the Discord room. Yes. Okay, let me see here. Teresa, thank you for becoming a channel member. You're one of us. I'm so glad to have you here. Thank you for coming. Let me at the very least put slow mode on the chat, so that I can keep a better track of what all is going on here. Just so that things are a little less wild. You know what I'm saying? I think 15 seconds is a super fair limit. I vote for subscriber only. I'm going to put it on slow mode for a minute. And if people can't keep it in their pants, then we'll put it on subscribers only mode. Mark, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. You're one of us. I'm so excited to have you here. Thank you. Leah, if someone trusts you, if someone you trust gets through on Discord, sometimes they can screen share in a call. Maybe you could use that. Yeah, Leah, I think that's actually a decent option. If somebody that we, or if somebody on Discord does get through and wants to share their screen, I am very much open to that. But we'll see. Beautiful Diva, thank you for the super chat. Tug, thank you for the super chat. Netflix server more emotional than Jackie. Guys, be nice. People are allowed to have feelings, and people are allowed to be people. Thank you for the super chat, though. I appreciate you. So ready for this live. Thanks for hosting me. Thank you, Pretty Glonky. Thank you for the super chat and for coming. I love y'all the most. I would love to get started, but Netflix is shitting the bed. How did Netflix not prepare for their website? Honestly, Danielle, good question. I'm not really sure. Still down. No, on Twitter, I guess they've posted that there's going to be a 15-minute delay. I'm assuming that Netflix is going to wait until they've resolved the bulk of the issues. Esmeralda, thank you for subscribing. Yeah, if you guys are new here and you want to subscribe, we talk about therapy and mental health content, and especially debunking myths as they exist in popular media, which Netflix is the champion of. So I'd love to have you stick around. It's like getting Taylor Swift tickets. Yes, Sarah, that's what I said earlier. It's giving Ticketmaster. It's giving Ticketmaster.
So I'll probably just stream when it goes up. I'll stream the uncensored.
Yeah. In a separate Discord room. Yeah. Aaron is fixing the Discord shit.
There's a second room now.
Okay, yeah, Aaron made a separate room. PUC 18 seems to be in. If Aaron Atkins can tag them and screen share. Hi, by password. Thank you for the super chat. Random and off topic. Blame ADHD, but my cat has learned that she can rub her cheek on my nose for a treat. Aw, that's so sweet. Yeah, positive reinforcement is such a fun way to train your pets. I feel like that's like the only effective way to train your pets, really. Where's my $15.50 a month going, Netflix? Same, honestly. We pay you in for what? What are we paying you for? I demand to speak to a manager. Okay, yeah. So for those of you who are trying to get into the Discord, by the way, Aaron started a separate room. Oops, I can't look at it. Aaron started a separate room that he's streaming me, basically. And so you guys can watch in there. Unfortunately, Discord just has limits about how many people can be in a room, which seems a little odd to me, but whatever, it is what it is. And also that's our real-time workaround for now. So, let's see here. I might just have to watch it on TikTok. I know, Bells. Actually, that's a good idea. I wonder if we can find somebody else who's streaming it on TikTok. Let's see. This is still out of control. Netflix is still shitting the bed. Yeah, that money does go to the CEO, nothing else. Samantha, a 15-minute delay. The lie detector determined that was a lie. Yeah, I'm noticing that. Love is Blind Insta says Love is Blind will be late. It'll be worth it. All right, Cassidy's beauty guide. Let's see here. Housewife Gaming. Thank you so much for the super chat. And hi, thank you for coming. Love you guys. I'm not talking, but I'm here as always. Yes, I see you, Housewife Gaming. Thank you for coming in for the super chat. You're so kind. Yeah, Netflix is not working. Tina, thank you for the $5 super chat. I'm on Netflix, TikTok live, and the comments are gold. All right, hold on. I'll close this window really quick so I can check their TikTok. Thank you for the super chat and for coming, though, Tina. I appreciate you. Dude, did it start yet? No, Hara. We're still waiting because Netflix is shitting the bed currently. So we're trying to get in. I got into the room for like 2 minutes earlier, not even like 2 seconds. And then it kicked me out because it was loading. So, okay, send me a code. Netflix is working, just not the live. Yeah, I finally got the actual Netflix website to work, but then the freaking live still shit itself. Netflix is broken. The Netflix is broken. The Netflix. Hello, am I 75 years old? Hold on, you guys. I have to think because I normally have to say numbers out loud when I read like the little login codes, and I can't say it out loud on stream. Not gonna lie, this is taking me back to working at a tech company. Yeah, listen, I said earlier that it reminds me of when, like people used to try to buy something on like Black Friday or whatever, like on the old internet, you know, when websites would like well and truly crash. No, Kloss Magnifier, it has not started for anybody. Oh, look, Chelsea and Kwame. Oh, that's their Instagram. Never mind. Shell Blake, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you, and I'm glad that you're here. I waited all day for this. Tell me about it. I know. I am not surprised that people are super angry about this whole thing because they've been drumming up like hype around this reunion only for the freaking website to crash. All right, let's see. Let's try reloading this again. Live's not working in Brazil either. Well, I'm glad it's not just the United States. This is seriously hurting my feelings. Keyjack, same. Netflix, you're hurting our feelings. Quit hurting our feelings. Here, let me see if I can... No, I don't want to watch that video. I want to see a live. Yeah, lots of people are having buffering issues with the reunion. Irina and Paul. Oh, no. I made a charcuterie board. Listen, Madison, a charcuterie board is a win, is a win, is a win. So even if we don't get to watch this, at least you have fun snacks, you know? Uncanned spaghetti. Corporations being disappointing. A tale as old as time. Too true. Thank you for being here for the super chat, though. I appreciate you. Hopefully we can get Netflix working. I like how I say we as if I have any fucking control over that. Hopefully Netflix will get its shit together soon. Because I'm committed, you guys. I'm fucking here. We're watching the goddamn thing. Oh, Danielle, you're in again? Ugh. Jealous. All right, I'm just going to keep fucking refreshing this. It changed to there's an issue with live stream. Yeah. Oh, no. Is Gmail on one again? Hannah, you're a mod, right? Do you mind taking... Thank you. I think Aaron just took care of it. Everybody shout out to Hannah and Aaron, by the way. They mod our chat. Yeah. And they do a fantastic job at keeping the community like safe and respectful and kind. So shouts out to them. I ate all my movie snacks waiting on this. Tabby, just like get some more, you know? I literally DoorDashed this tea because I didn't have time to stop on my way home. I've done that twice today, actually. Marshall's trying to reconcile with his boo. I'm sure that's why there's a delay, because they're filming something and they don't want us to know. They don't want us to win, you guys. Go back to the menu. It worked for me. Ooh, thank you, Lydia, for the tip. AOC is tweeting about it. That's how you know it's bad, you guys. That's how you know when AOC is upset. Hang tight. We're trying to fix it as soon as possible. Okay. All right. Yeah, we're having trouble. Pardon the interruption. Lauren, being able to watch with you is the only thing keeping me sane. I'd be going mad if I was refreshing everything on my own. Lauren, I am so glad, because I had that thought earlier too. If I was just trying to watch this alone in my living room, I would be just punching the air. But at least we get to hang out together. Scary they them. Thank you for the super chat. You guys are so sweet. DoorDashing tea shows commitment. Listen, I really wanted a tea and I didn't have time to stop. And so I was like, well, I'll just DoorDash it and then it'll get home around the same time that I get home, right? That's an actual life hack of mine. No, it's not working anywhere. Myra, Netflix is duking the bed right now. Yes, they are. They sure freaking are. Netflix playing on our downfall. Yes, Netflix is bullying me. I'm being bullied. Someone alert the terms and service police. Good God, there's 7,000 people in the chat right now. Thank you all for coming. Hello, hi. If you're new here, my name is Mickey and we talk about therapy things on this channel. You should subscribe if you're new here and you like therapy and mental health content, because we talk about therapy and mental health and debunk myths in popular media, which Netflix is the champion of when they're not shitting the bed at live streaming things. So
Netflix, we show up when we say we're gonna.
That's what I'm saying. Unlike Netflix, I show up when I say that I'm fucking gonna, you know? Like when I promise you guys something, I deliver. I'm just putting that out there. Does anyone have that on their screen? It's almost time. Slime, I have heard a couple of people say that. I also just looked on TikTok and a few people said that they saw that too. Why bother going live if they didn't prepare for the traffic? Good question, Zebella. I'm not really sure. Girl, look at the Netflix Insta. Okay, hold on. Instagram. Nope, not that. Also, I'm like really outing myself showing you guys my browser. Hold on. Search. Netflix. Netflix has 32 million followers. That's insane, you guys. Let's all cancel our subscriptions. Okay, what does this say? Promise it's worth the wait. 13 minutes.
Let's go through who wore it best.
Top comment. Is it though? Oh, are there more pictures?
Well, yeah, on the next post, right? Or the post next to it.
No, it just says Florida man.
Oh my God, the next one, this one.
They must have just put that up because I literally don't have that.
Minutes ago. Refresh your page.
I just did. I don't see it.
On Insta?
Yes, on Insta. Come here, come look. All I can see is Irina. Y'all charge too much a month to be having these types of issues. Yeah, this live stream doesn't seem to be working for anyone, I don't think. So I came here because I hoped at least one person was lucky enough to get through. I know, Therese. I'm holding out hope that somebody will get through. But also, too, I saw earlier that somebody did get through and they still haven't started the stream, because even if people are able to get through, like, it's not enough to justify viewership, I'm sure. I love that Love is Blind fans crashed Netflix. Me too. It's on the Love is Blind Insta account. Okay, thank you. Appreciate. Thank you, Hannah. Love is Blind. Let's see. Oh, there it is. Promise it's worth the wait. 30 minutes to go. Who else do you think is showing up tonight? Well, at least Chelsea looks like a queen. Ooh, let's do a fun little fit review, shall we, while we're waiting? God, I miss Blockbuster. I was literally talking about that the other day when I was a little kid. And you would go, like my family, if it was like a special occasion and we could afford it, we would go to Blockbuster and everybody would get to pick one movie. And I would always pick the same movie. If anybody else watched Napoleon, it was a VHS movie about a little golden retriever puppy who got carried away from an Australian birthday party. Housewife Gaming, thank you for the super chat. Did they just leave us at the altar? Oh my God, they did. They just abandoned us at the altar, you guys. I'm through, but it says it's almost time. Yeah, Slime Corner. That seems to be a popular issue. I don't think Netflix is going to start the stream until people can actually get through, because people might also. Steam 2 on Discord just died. What happened? Steam is broken too? It's working on Disney Plus. How can you access it on Disney Plus though? Is it playing though? Love is Blind tweeting, love is late. Like, is this a joke? It feels like a joke. All right, let's do a little fit review, you guys. Meg Sheep, calling it now. Netflix blames this on password sharing. Oh my God, that's too on brand. Thank you so much for the super chat and for being here, though. I appreciate you. All right, let's see. Chelsea, honestly, I love this fit for her. Ooh, Sophia, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. The pink little satin number, this is cute. I'm into it. I think the show's on. Ah! Me yelling into the mic like that's gonna help anybody. We have a loading wheel. That's new. We haven't had a loading wheel yet. Huh? Ah! Oh my God. That's it. I'm calling them. I know. Somebody should call the manager. Is Netflix on Instagram? Is it on Netflix Instagram? Oh, yeah. I just looked at Netflix's and Love is Blind Instagram.
I wonder, because it's live, if the copyright bot will be already
I don't know. But I'm afraid to do that.
I wouldn't chance it.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, no. Now I'm getting warnings about maintaining smooth streaming. Tiffany posted on her Instagram. Don't spoil it. No spoilers in my chat, please. I love you all the most, but with love, don't post spoilers in my fucking chat or I'm going to mute you. This is my 13th reason. No, it's not. But it still says there's an issue. Okay. Yeah. My like actual Netflix is working, but then yeah, it just says pardon the interruption. We're having trouble. So rude. Let me try going back to the main menu. Yeah, they're not live yet, Tatum. I saw a couple other people say that they did get through, but it still says it's almost time. So I don't think we're getting anything until they get it together. Oh, hi, Mariana, and hello to Brazil. Thank you so much for coming. Zach and Bliss are matching. Stop. Okay, wait. This is Paul. Honestly, you guys are gonna hate me because I know that Paul was a villain in the last episode, but I love this shirt. Like, I love this shirt. I think this man looks great. Netflix was lying with the delay. Tiffany, this outfit, absolutely gorgeous. I love her. Okay, this is like a very, very respectable suit. Not inspired. Oh my God, they are matching. Also, this outfit on Bliss, absolutely incredible. I know, Jen. I love these numbers for me too, honestly. 25% error every single time. Yeah, a lot of people are getting that. Michael looks bad. Oh no. Let's see. It can't be any worse than her wedding hair, though. They really victimized her there. Okay, Kwame's suit is cute. I appreciate this blue color. 30 minutes delay. Did they post an announcement? Hold on. I don't really like using Twitter, so I'm not going to check the Twitter. I'm just going to be honest. Brett said on his Instagram story, it's starting soon. Sure, Lauren. I mean, I believe you, Lauren, but I'm just saying I don't know that I believe Brett. Brett's story said they're starting soon. Yeah, well, if we can't get through, then I'm going to be mad. I'm going to do nothing because there's nothing for me to do. Let's see this. Love is Blind fans are so blind to watch the stream. We are like really down. We're here for the content, and Love is Blind is bullying us, and so is Netflix. Okay, Micah. This dress is kind of giving award show. I'm not going to lie. Let's see. Brett. Okay, of course he's wearing incredible shoes. It's not working for me. It's giving sure, Jan. Yeah, Hattie, exactly. It really is. Yeah, please don't leave spoilers in my chat. If I find out that you're leaving spoilers, we're going to mute you and or kick you out. Tina. Okay, question since the live hasn't started. Austin, Texas is starting to become too expensive. I saw an article that Tucson's very affordable. Do y'all like it there? Is it worth the move? I don't know about affordable because I'm going to be honest, like I've lived in the same place for several years. So I'm not probably like the authority on like how much it costs to rent a place right now. Adele, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for being here. But just generally as a person, I do really enjoy Tucson. No, it's not on yet, Lynn. We're still trying to get through the thing. Nefer, Netflix is crashing. Netflix is having a time. But yeah, generally I think Tucson is like a really fun, cool place to live. Lots of people say that Tucson's like dirty and gross. So like, to be clear, is it nice or like well manicured like Phoenix is? Absolutely not. But personally, I enjoy that. I think it's fun. And also there are tons of local businesses here, which personally I really love. Prices have been going up in Tucson lately. Yeah. That seems to be a common report. Love how AOC worrying about this seamstress. Did someone check on her? Let's see here. It's 2:30 in the Netherlands. Oh my gosh, Alexandra. You're the realist for being here though. Thank you. Let's see here. Meg, chat, let's not comment on cast members' bodies and weight. Ooh, yeah, please don't be talking about people's bodies. That's embarrassing for you. Let's not comment on people's bodies or try to evaluate people's worthiness based on their bodies because that's very 1999. And we've moved past that. We're better people than that, you know? Jana, please don't be leaving spoilers in my chat. I don't like it. Sophia, you're my psych major hearts idol. Thank you. Aw, thank you so much for the super chat. I love that we have a community of people who are also psych majors or like going to school to become therapists. I think it's so cool. I love that we can all like be here together. Can I comment on my own body, please? April, it's your body. You're welcome to do or say or think or feel whatever it is that feels authentic to you. But talking about other people's bodies is just not kind, you know? No, Gmail, I didn't get in yet. Also, I see you, and if you leave more spoilers in my chat, you're getting banned, for real. If I catch you leaving another spoiler, I'm over it. The Netflix gym inspo, what happened? All right, let's see here. Anyone else not able to join the live? Yes. Faithful Mod, I can't, sorry. The names are moving so fast I can't really read, but Faithful, yes. Seems like everybody can't get into the live. Mod Love, yes, thank you, Mark, for the Mod Love. I appreciate you. A social work major here. Jill, that's so dope. Social work will always be near and dear to my heart as a person who just really enjoys like the ethos of the field. Netflix doesn't believe in discounts. Apparently Netflix doesn't believe in being on time or functioning either. So Tatum, thank you so much for the super chat. Chicken or steak, which is your fave? Honestly, like if I'm gonna choose, just like generally I'm choosing chicken, you know? This is so sad. Was it playing at all? No, it never worked. It literally has not even worked. I logged in or like clicked on it as soon as we were available to, which was 4:50. Which also, for being honest, they should have been allowing us to get in as early as like 4:30, but bunch of goons running the Netflix live. Greetings from Turks and Caicos. I know people are pissed, but as it's the first, I'll give them a little grace. Probably working on unexpected tech issues. Sonia, that's very kind of you, and also probably true. Maybe we should be nicer. I'm sure there's a very real human being whose job it is to work on this, and they are shitting their pants right now. No, Rico, it's not playing yet. I still keep getting the pardon the interruption screen. Also, we can take cat cam off. Sorry. Echelon has still not clocked in for her shift. But no, it's not playing yet, and it doesn't appear that anybody is able to actually watch it, or like it doesn't appear that it's live. Some people have been able to get past this, but almost nobody has been able to do that though. No, Netflix is not nice to us. Honestly, Gabby, that's fair. Anyone else tempted to cancel their Netflix subscription?
I think this is a ploy to get people to listen to shitty background music on their Instagram live.
Is it terrible?
No, it's just fine. It's just B-roll.
Let me see.
It's just B-roll music. It was a funny joke.
I appreciated your joke. I didn't realize they were live on their Instagram though. No. Live. All right, let's. Oh, foul. Also, you guys, their live on Instagram has like 200,000 people in it. Did you see the new research that says plants make hypersonic popping noises when they get dehydrated? They do yell at me when they're thirsty. Oh my gosh. No, hi bye. I did not see that. What the heck? Also, thank you for the $5 super chat. You're the realist. Let's see here. I'm going to try to turn this on. Wow. I don't know what you want from me because I can't turn the volume off. It won't let me mute it. Like I can turn my desktop audio all the way down. Can you guys still hear the Instagram? Because I'm muting it for myself and for you guys. Huh. Scroll down. Yeah, no, you guys can't see it. Or you guys can't hear it. That should be better. This way, at least we can check this. Okay, good. Can't hear you. Yeah, I fixed it, I think. Good. Oh my gosh. Of course, my mom is calling me right now. Sorry, Mom. I promise I will call you after I get off of live. Could someone text my mom and tell her to just come here and hang out with us instead? Maybe Brett's outfits. You guys, listen, I said this on the last live. But for real, I understand his panic about the thing. Bravo tweeted, we would never keep you waiting for a reunion. First of all, Tina, thank you for the $5 super chat. And second of all, the shade. I love it. I'm here for it. I want to see a boxing match between the CEOs of all of the big major streaming companies. There'll be 3 people in the ring because there's like 2 fucking companies in total, but still, wouldn't that be fun? Tomato. Absolutely, Ryan. I agree. It's on in Japan at the moment. What? I swear if we miss it because Netflix is poopy, then I'm going to be mad. Mine is working. Oh my gosh. Let me see. Mickey, what color Junimo tattoo should I get? Oh, getting the Star Drop tattoo, and I have pink and orange and yellow watercolor on that arm. Christine, that's so much pressure. Listen, if it were me, I'm picking a green Junimo, but also I'm a noob, you know? I'm new to the world of Stardew, and so like to me all Junimos are green. I know that that's not true, but anyone in Wisconsin? No, currently in Tucson. How is anyone leaving spoilers? How are they able to watch it? No, I don't think anyone's able to watch it, but people are leaving spoilers about what they've seen on people's Instagrams and stuff. Danny, thank you so much for the super chat. I made it to my first live. You're handling this great, Mickey. Also, trigger warning for possible transphobia and homophobia. Oh, thank you, Danny, for the super chat. Thank you for being here. And I appreciate you for leaving the trigger warning. We will talk about that, hopefully. If we can ever get the live to work. I can't believe that we're 40 minutes into this. Like, how long have we been fucking streaming? Like, probably close to an hour at this point, and still it's not working. It's not just the States, it's internationally. Yeah. Mine is working now. Ooh, like, is it playing? Like, is it live? Or is it just like loading? Because that's different, you know? Netflix sucks. So disappointing. It is disappointing. Someone said use a VPN for Netflix. Oh, Britt, that's interesting. I might have Aaron situate that real quick. Lovey, did you hear that? I rushed home on E. Oh my gosh, need to take care of yourself, please. Okay, timekeeper boy, who is that? Hold on. I'm taking care of it because not cool. I don't like spoilers in my chat. And also if you're being rude to people. Okay, perfect. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate you. Also, you're getting a timeout. If you are rude or hurtful or you leave spoilers, you violate my rules, you're getting put in timeout. And then if you do it again, you're getting kicked. That's just the way that it works here, especially with this many people in the chat, you guys. Like, I can't be playing games today. Duncan commented, you gotta poop for real, Eric. I think we got time, honestly. Also, just take your phone with you to the bathroom. I poop with my phone all the time. It is what it is, you know? Yeah, please don't leave spoilers in my chat. VPN to what country? Oh, Japan. Okay, interesting. Lovey, can you hear that? Are you listening?
What?
Someone said they used a Jeep.
We're not using a VPN.
Okay.
We're
I mean, if that's the only way that it works, though. Let's refresh Netflix again and see how it goes. Maybe some of the
Instagram is hilarious.
I know. I was looking at it. Everybody promoting their businesses on here. Netflix, get it together. Yeah, the chat on Instagram is absolutely wild, you guys.
Chat on Instagram, like if you want an actual stream that's live.
Huh?
You should post in the chat on Instagram if you want an actual stream that's live.
That's so mean, babe. I don't know if well, also too, even if the VPN does work to get me into the room, I don't think they've started streaming yet. Hot take, delays due to an onset meltdown. I doubt it. I have a feeling if that were the case, they would just be filming it and streaming it. Hi, Tatum. I missed your reply. Chicken or steak? Love you. Thank you for the super chat. If it's me, I'm choosing chicken. Like, steak hurts my belly, and I do appreciate a good steak. I do. But for the most part, I'm choosing chicken, you know? Not working in Trinidad. Hi, Mickey. Just wanted to thank you for inspiring me to major in psychology. Oh my gosh, and become another woman in the mental health field. I love that, McKenna. I'm so excited that, like, this is not, like, you saying that is not an uncommon thing I've heard, and it makes me so happy because we need more, like, intersectionality and diversity in the mental health field. And so, like, seeing people be brave and, like, get up in there, it makes me so happy. What is AOC? Oh, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's posting about it on Twitter, I guess. My sweet boyfriend just texted me, hey, don't forget to watch the Love is Blind reunion tonight. Oh my gosh, Maggie. That's the sweetest thing I've ever heard. And I love that for you. Also, I like how I turned on cat cam and then Echelon ran away. She is not getting a bonus for this shift. Not working in Nevada. Oh, I don't think it's working anywhere, Brenda. I bet we watched the recorded version. Oh yeah. Why do I feel like we're going to sit here for like an hour and a half, 2 hours, only for them to be like, sorry, we can't get it to work. The recorded version will be up tomorrow. They will be in a retirement home by the time it stops working. Alana, new subscriber. Can't wait to see your content about mental health in the future. Thank you so much for subscribing. Yeah, if you guys are new here and you like talking about mental health and therapy and especially debunking myths in popular media, which Netflix does a lot, you should subscribe and stick around. We talk about all kinds of fun stuff. And I've also been known to put up a tips video or two every now and again. This is genius. You're a therapist and you do this on the side. I'm an LCSW and I wish I could do this as a side gig. Fun fact, Naisha, this is actually like more of my regular day job now than therapy is. But I do very much love it. It's actually been a really fun thing that I never expected to turn into the thing that it did. But it's been a really cool way to like connect with people and to share about mental health. Kay, thank you so much for the super chat. I found you through Fun Day Fridays and I'm so glad you did. Yay! I'm so glad you did too. Thank you for the super chat and thank you for being here. Y'all are being so kind and sweet today. I appreciate you so much. I'm giving up on the hour. Yeah, because what time is it? It's 5:44 right now. We have been, I will be 85 by the time it gets fixed. We have been working on it for a minute here. Let me see. How long have we been live? Yeah, we went live at like 4:30-ish, like 4:25-ish. Oh, hello, Echelon. And it is now 5:45. So it's been about an hour that I've been streaming. And I can't get it to work. I'll be stoned. Maria, that's a fair decision to make. Do you like YouTube more than therapy? I don't know that I could like quantify them like that necessarily. Because to me, it's like comparing whether I like eating ice cream or like smoking pot more. You know what I'm saying? Like they're not at all related. They're not in the same categories. Echelon won't work for less than 100 treats a day. Oh my God, Fabian. Also, Echelon for real gets fat shamed by the vet when we go. So she does not need to be negotiating a treat salary at all. Let's see if this will work now. Oh my gosh, I got in with a Japan VPN, but the episode isn't actually playing. Yeah, that's what I've heard. Kendra, thank you so much for the super chat. We were right. The live reunion is messy. I know, Kendra. The live reunion turned out to be so messy, except not at all in the way that I anticipated. My power went out. Any updates? Ray, I'm so sorry about your power. We are still not able to get in. Netflix is still not streaming. Also on their Instagram, there's nothing. So it seems like there's not a lot going on. iHeartRadio is in here. And so is a bunch of other like apps and other like businesses that are dunking on Netflix, which is hilarious. Show the cat. Well, she's sitting in a way that I can't show you. Tina, thank you so much for the super chat. Blockbuster, Redbox, Porn Size Bounty are commenting and shading Netflix on Twitter. Yes, I saw that, Tina. Everybody is shading Netflix right now. Okay, hold on. Where did you go? Gmail, what are you doing? Let's see. Here we go. I don't know how you keep getting on here because I already removed you. There we go. That should fix it. Okay. Comments I leave will only be visible to them. You'll have to see it. Netflix IT team is sweating. Oh, I'm sure. Somebody is probably just having the worst day. Huh? Oh, thank you. My cat's name is Echelon. I have 2 cats and 2 dogs. The cat that is currently on my desk, her name is Echelon. In Japan, like using the Japan VPN, it's streaming. On their Instagram, it still says nothing. Let's see. A bunch of people from seasons 1 through 3 are there right now. Interesting, Tori. Maybe this is exactly what Netflix wanted. Devious, that's what Aaron and I were saying earlier. Like, why does this feel like a ploy? Like they did it on purpose to drum up excitement. Let's see. Apparently there was a fight and it was shut down. Oh God, even just regular Netflix is not working. I don't think you guys have seen Imogen. No.
Oh, where's cat cam? You can turn cat cam on.
Well, it's going to show your crotch, Libby. That's Imogen. Echelon is sitting on my desk right now. I'm so sorry I just burped in your guys' ears, by the way. My apologies. 8 p.m. EST. What's happening at 8 p.m. EST? It's not on yet. Okay, thank you, Britt. I appreciate that. Also, yeah, I've seen lots of people memeing and joking about how like it's a meltdown. Someone had a fit or whatever. I don't think that any of that is true. Don't be out here spreading rumors and character assassinating people, please. The reason that we make the content that we make on this channel is so that we can analyze these behaviors and talk about how to apply best practices in our own lives, to be the best versions of ourselves, to work on our own growth, to look inward, not to finger point, not to character assassinate, and not to treat anybody like a subhuman person, because that's not nice. So be nice to people. I'm not using my platform to hurt people, and I will not allow you to do that either. So, Netflix is broken. Yes. I'm also of the mind that even if it does, work that way, that like it probably still won't be streaming for a little while. 'Cause it's clear that like Netflix is having a time, you know? Someone on the Instagram live chat was like, this is the reunion, you guys. The reunion's never going to start. This is it. Looking inward is difficult. It is, Autumn, but also the upswing is that the more we do it, the more skill we build in looking inward, the easier it becomes and the less threatening it feels, you know? Thankfully you guys are here. Crystal Clear, tell me about it. I feel like if I was sitting at home, like if I was just casually watching this by myself, I'd be big mad. But getting to hang out with you guys makes it worth it. So I'm here for the ride. Is Netflix using dial-up to stream this? Honestly, I have a feeling that the traffic is just like astronomical. Oh my gosh, Kelsey, thank you so much for the super chat. Do you think the new career trend might be for psych professionals to share their knowledge on social media rather than going into therapy? Well, I don't know. I think like for some people it's a great fit, but for other people, that clinical one-on-one work is just going to be more fulfilling, you know? That's why I said like you can't really compare them, because being in the room with clients and like having those moments where someone has a breakthrough or someone has like a victory, it just doesn't compare, you know, because it's not at all the same. And so I think some people will just really prefer that direct one-on-one interaction, which is super, super valid. I think some people feel a lot more comfortable too on camera and like being, you know, part of like a public platform. And for some people, it's just like not, you know, their thing. And I think that's also super valid. When do we get to the ride? This is the ride. I know, Katie, it really does feel also, hi, Katie. Thank you for coming. It does feel a little bit like if you queued up for a ride at Disneyland, except that you never get to the ride and then you just go out to the exit and they're like, thank you for coming. I hope you had a great time. See you later. Hi, Sweet Cocoa. What's happening right now is that we're trying to stream the Love is Blind reunion, except that Netflix is crashing. So no one can watch it, and Netflix has postponed the live until they can get their ish together. Lightworks, I feel so bad. I work in virtual events, and I know how stressful this must be. I know. Imagine the C-suite and your boss breathing down your necks to fix this. Yes, Lightworks for sure. I think that's also like important to remember, you guys. Be mad at like the large corporate billionaires who own these companies and don't treat their employees well, don't pay people well, and don't do their research to put on events like this. But don't be mean to like staff and employees and people who like, it's not their fault. It's also not their problem, you know? This is giving broke behavior. Yeah, Hattie, I mean, it's very much broke. We planned our nights around this. Elevate your aroma. Same. I feel that so deeply. I had big plans about this evening, and here we are. But like I said, I'm excited that I get to hang out with you guys because it makes this experience a lot more fun. I heard 8 p.m. Central Daylight Time. I could see that.
Do you want to do another reminder for mental health?
Yeah. Since we're here, you guys, and Netflix is clearly not starting anytime soon, next month we're going to be streaming MILF Manor for May Mental Health Month, and I'm so excited. We're going to do a fundraiser so that we can raise some money for some nonprofits to help people access the mental health care that they deserve, and to hopefully make a difference. We're going to try and set a donation goal also. So if you guys want to watch me talk about MILF Manor and all of the boundary and role confusion issues that I'm sure exist there, you can become a channel member or you can subscribe. Just come hang out with us. We're going to be talking about MILF Manor next month. We're also streaming it on Sundays because I thought it'd be really funny to stream MILF Manor on Mother's Day. So we're doing that next month. So come hang out with us. Hopefully they postponed it to 9 p.m. I think they did. Also, who is yelling at people? Hold on, let me see here. Also, just again, friendly shout out to Hannah and Aaron for being the best, because modding a chat that is this active is actual hell on earth. So everybody be kind to my mods and be sweet, because it's a lot, you know? Netflix should give us a discount. Amy, they should. I demand to speak to a manager. Can I be at MILF Manor? Facts, I think you could probably try, you know? MILF Manor is almost too cringe to handle. Penguin Cake, yes, that's what I've heard. And also why I want to watch it together, because we can survive it together. That's the common report about Love is Blind also. I have a lot of people say that they just prefer to watch the content here in the community than to watch it on their own because it makes it more bearable. Gemma Bell, subscribers only. Some of us would be happy to help the mods out. Let me see here. Yeah, we have 7,000 people in the chat. Let's go subscribers only for a little while. Just for the chat, at least. Especially because I've seen some people having a time and being not very respectful of our rules. So let's do that. Let me fix that. All right. At this point, I'm just upset. Jesse, that's totally fair. I've heard a lot of people feel really upset about it. Snooki is on the Love is Blind chat. Stop. Is she really? I saw eBay on here. Let's see. I don't know what Lucky Day app is, but hi, Natty. Thank you for coming. Yes, you're welcome. Let's see. It's been almost a whole hour. I know, Jesse. Mods are the true heroes, for real. It's really easy for me to get on here and just like run my mouth. It's a lot harder for my mods to make sure that everybody's being kind and respectful. Hi, Eric. For some reason, I was thinking you couldn't chat, but I'm a sub. So yeah, of course you can, Eric. You're here all the time. Hi, Tina. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you so much. 7 minutes turns into 7 hours. I feel like we might call it before the 7-hour mark, Hattie. No one is being interviewed until they get the live working. Everyone pray. Yeah, Kel. I have a feeling that they're going to just delay stuff until they can get it together. I've been watching back through old seasons before you started doing them live, so I still have to watch it on my own. It's hard. Yeah, chaotic. That's what I've heard. Going back and watching it, especially what an icon that Snooki. She was in my wait, Elsie. So Snooki was in your sociology textbook. Now I feel old. I watched that show growing up, you guys. Hattie, Snooki was on Jersey Shore. It was a cultural reset. Tina, please add F-Boy Island season 1 and 2 to the possible live stream shows for you. I'd love to see your reactions to it. That is actually not the first time that I've heard someone mention F-Boy Island, so I'll have to look into that. I've been really enjoying doing lives and hanging out with you guys, especially because it helps us to move through the content faster. We get to talk about more stuff more efficiently, and also I get to hang out with you guys in real time. So I am very much game to talk about Fuckboy Island. It's on at 8 p.m. Central Time. Did they move it? Let me see. Let me double check this. It says it's live now, but clearly that's not true. Let's check their Instagram and stuff. Let's see if they posted anything. Olivia, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. Nancy is live. Stop, Jacqueline. That's too much. Let me see. Yeah, no, that was 46 minutes ago. We're still not doing anything. No reason for this season to be a live reunion. Well, and also, like, why do a live reunion if you can't sort it out, you know? The whole world, thank you so much for your super chat. I appreciate you. Thanks for hanging out with us. Jersey Shore having existed feels like a fever dream sometimes. Teresa, it very much does. Aaron and I literally were eating pizza yesterday and like making GTL jokes. And I was like, God, I can't believe like how long ago that was. Aaron, my son's name is Aaron. Oh, that's really sweet, Maria. I'm still through with there is an error, but we're working on fixing it. Yeah, same. I just keep getting the pardon the interruption message. This is honestly so frustrating and it's unacceptable. Becky, I feel that. I am just flabbergasted. Oh my gosh, Mark, what are you doing, man? Mark just gifted 10 channel memberships, you guys. If you received a channel membership, please say thank you. Shout out to Mark. That's so incredibly kind. Mark, you're the coolest. Thank you for being here and for spreading the love. Yes, please remember to say thank you if you received a channel membership. That's cool as hell. Trying to be patient, but my pregnancy hormones aren't making it easy. Ooh, Tay, you know, that's super fair. I've heard that snacks can help with that, though. The whole world, thank you so much for your super chat again. I appreciate you so much. Nancy is live. I saw that, Jacqueline. I'm perusing the Love is Blind live on Instagram just to make sure that I don't miss anything. But report back. Let us know if you guys see anything interesting. If there's tea, maybe we'll live stream her live. I don't know how I feel about that, honestly.
Are you doing okay?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Do I move the cat?
No, Echelon's fine. Do you want to just move the camera, honestly? Yeah, so that people can see. Oh, vertigo. Oh my gosh. Sorry, guys.
Right now?
Yeah, I had it on. No, it's totally fine. I turned it off for just now. Also pregnant and need snacks. Amanda, that is super fair. I feel like snacks generally should be a requirement. I know. We're trying to situate. You can't really see her. Here, let me see.
Well, that's because you have it all zoomed in, remember?
Oh yeah, that's true. Actually, good point. Let me adjust the cat cam so you guys can see her. There you go. We'll settle on an angle, my love, so that I can fix it.
That cable is grabbing.
Oh, I know. The cable is the worst. We really should buy a longer one for that. Biological Clock. Thank you for gifting a channel membership. Tatum. Oh my gosh. That's so cool. Tatum just got gifted a channel membership by Biological Clock. Thank you so much for doing that. I appreciate you guys. You guys are being so sweet to each other. Y'all are the realest. Thank you guys for gifting each other channel memberships and for being kind to each other. I feel like it says a lot about our community that like people who are here consistently and are a part of our little club are so kind and respectful. It makes me so happy. You guys make me so proud to like be part of this community and to like be here. Thank you guys. For real, Netflix's audacity to charge what they charge and not figuring this out. Gabby, I know. I'm also trying to be mindful though that like to some degree there is probably just like a egregiously underpaid hourly worker who's getting yelled at and dumped on by like their supervisors whose job it is to fix this, you know? So trying to be mindful of that. But also, again, Netflix as the corporation, side eye, bombastic side eye. I'm eating my burrito and I didn't see that until Mickey said something. Yay, Tata! I know, isn't Echelon being the cutest? She's kind of loafing right now. Here, honestly, let me see. Well, if Aaron comes back in here, I'll ask him to adjust it again. Yeah, because you are so sweet and you have a positive space for us. Not SpongeBob SquarePants. That's so kind. Thank you. I feel like you guys like live up to the hope and the expectation though. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all are the realest and y'all could be, you know, going all wild. But like, again, all of the people who are here consistently and are like engaging in the community, y'all are the coolest. Doing the Lord's work by streaming this. I get some Netflix away when they took away password shares. Bunny, I've heard lots of people did that. It was like a final straw for a lot of people, the password sharing thing. Do you mind just trying to put it like right there so we can look at her beautiful face since she's committed? Come on, Netflix. We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you. Mark, what are you doing, man? Mark just gifted 5 more channel memberships. Thank you for that. Again, if you guys got gifted a channel membership, please remember to say thank you. Here, I'll zoom it out. You can just leave it there.
I don't think it's an issue with
You are going to give people motion sickness. There we go. Oh my God. Echelon's like mean mugging the camera right now. Look at her. She said, I'm just trying to take a nap, y'all. LVKI3, new sub here. Amazing keeping your stream going. Can't wait to view more of your content. Thank you so much for coming in for the super chat. I appreciate you so much. We are doing our best, and I said this earlier, and I'll say it again. I'm just vibing and enjoying getting to hang out with you guys. So thank you guys for being cool. I'm committed to see this through. Why did Love is Blind just disappear, though? Love is Blind. Nathan, thank you so much for the super chat. Y'all owe this woman a sub. You're a real one for this. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chat. Greg, thank you so much for the $2 super chat. I appreciate you. Y'all are being so cool today. Thank you so much for all the super chats and for the love. I appreciate y'all. Appreciates y'all. We're doing our best, you know. I know, I love seeing all the green names. It's so fun. Y'all are the coolest. I swear if Love is Blind disappears from my homepage, though, yes, the cool thing about the channel memberships is that you get fun emotes. You also get priority reply to comments. So when you comment on my regular content, Netflix gives me a special notif for that.
I think we're going to do a members only stream, weren't we?
Yes, and once we get to 50 members, I want to do a members only stream. So we honestly are probably pretty close to that now. But yeah, VPN in Japan works. Yeah, I've heard that actually. But I don't think that they're live though. Like it allows you to like get into the waiting room basically, but there's still not any actual content happening. Yeah, like their Instagram live is still just this. Huh? How do I become a channel member? LOL. Amber, thank you so much for the super chat. On this side of the screen over here, like underneath this, you'll see the subscribe button. And then there's also a button to say join that allows you to join the channel memberships. Carmen, thank you for becoming one of us. Thank you so much for joining the channel memberships and for being here. I appreciate you. VPN in Japan works. Yes, I saw that. Tennille Armstrong, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. I appreciate you so much. I'm so excited to have you here and to have you be one of us. Devious, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. Y'all are the realest. I'm so excited to have so many new channel members. I feel like this space is going to continue to evolve and be such a fun place for us to hang out. Let's see. I like when it's sub mode. I know, Natty. Michelle Blake, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. I appreciate you being here, for becoming one of us. Hello, here from Arizona. Hi, Mocha Latte. I'm also from Arizona. Also, you guys are literally just looking at Echelon's forehead. I can't. Hold on, let me scooch this. Oh my goodness, you're so sweet, little one. Echelon's being the cutest, you guys. The error message disappeared. Hold the phone, because it didn't disappear on mine. I know. Echelon is the unpaid actor of this entire channel. She's the real brains behind this operation. It's a real pinky in the brain situation. Aaron Quee, thank you so much for becoming a channel member. I'm so excited to have you here and to have you be one of us. And Lingual Soul, hashtag Netflix refund. Get it trending. No, I'm just kidding. Don't bully Netflix.
I think I figured out the perfect.
Oh, did you figure out a perfect angle? You guys, Aaron's adjusting cat cam. Oh my gosh. Ah, it's so cute. I can't deal with how cute Echelon is. You'd think that living with my cat every day, I'd be desensitized, but I'm not. She's the most adorable. Why is Netflix doing this to us? That's what I said earlier, Caitlin. We're being bullied. Each of us individually are being bullied by Netflix. Alicia, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you so much. Echelon saving the day. I know. Listen, if we can't watch Love is Blind, we can look at Echelon's beans. She's so cute. Okay, hold on. Let me move this and make it slightly larger. Look at what a cutie. Listen, we may as well make her bigger because, like, you know, what else are we doing here? Sasha Bitter, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. You're one of us now. I'm so excited to have you here. And Susie, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. I appreciate you so much. I'm so excited to have y'all be one of us. Let's see. Is this working? No, okay, that's not working still. Let's look at the down detector report, huh? Nancy's live, make it seem like it's starting really soon. Well, you know, I will say the down detector reports went down, so hopefully that means it's getting better. I guess we shall see. Watch me be one of the only unlucky people in the entire world that it doesn't work for. Maya, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. You're one of us now. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you. All right, hold on. I know Echelon's paw is so fluffy. Her fur is so supremely clean. Last time I was on the Instagram live, there was over 100,000 people. Yes, Tatum, when I looked at it earlier, it was like 200,000. Yeah, it's down to 139 now, but for reals, it's getting out of control over there. Echelon's stare into my soul, you guys. Anicia, sorry, I like low-key can't read the chat, it's moving so fast. Underneath over here underneath this here, there's a subscribe button, and there's also a button that says join. That's how you join the channel memberships. Meg, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. I'm so excited to have you here. Thank you for becoming one of us. Y'all are the realest. I know Netflix really said, you in particular, Mickey, we see the content that you're making and you're not allowed. Let me turn this off real quick, just so I can adjust my window. Let me see, first of all, if the app is working, because if it is, that would be cool. But if it's not, then I will try opening a new browser. I know Echelon's little blep is the cutest. She is so adorable. Oops. Let's see here. Netflix, please be working now. Amber, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. Also, your orange hair is such a vibe. Thank you for becoming one of us and a member of the main character hair club. I appreciate you. Snacks do help with everything, honestly. Kel H, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. You're one of us now. I'm so excited to have you be here. I saw somebody ask how old Echelon is. She's like 6-ish. I adopted her from the shelter, and they weren't quite sure how old she was when I adopted her, but she was like a kitten-ish. And I've had her for like 6 or 7 years, so around there. Maisie, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. You're one of us now. I'm so excited to have you here. Thank you. Oops, I clicked on the wrong TV show. Oh my gosh. Let's see here. Let me double check this. That's the wrong window. Shout out to everybody in Discord. Hello. Thank you for being here. Window capture. There we go. There we go. Okay, great. Let's check the Love is Blind thing. Oh, yes, Em, we're still here. Listen, I planned my whole night around this. I wanted to be here with you guys. I wanted to talk about this absolute bloodbath of a show. And you know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to fucking wake up tomorrow having called it a loss only to find out that it did eventually air and then I missed it. No, not today. Not to me. I'm not the one. That's not happening to me. She is so precious, Samantha. Thank you. No, she's like the cutest little kitty. And she's adorable. Oh my gosh. Echelon, why'd you gotta stand up though, babe? What you doing, man? Hold on. Let me scooch this over so you guys can look at her cute little primordial pouch. You want to say hello? Say hello to your friends. Danielle, thank you so much for joining the super chat. Thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. I appreciate you so much for being here. You're one of us now, man. People are so mad on Twitter. Oh, I don't doubt at all. Natty, never give up. Listen, it's not in my blood. I'm not a quitter. Do I look like a quitter? Do y'all think that I'm a quitter? Hello? Yes, I don't think the button only shows up on PC and Mac. Yeah, people have had a hard time joining on mobile. So if you are feeling confused, it might not be you. It might just be that joining the channel memberships is more difficult on mobile than it should be. Vanessa's posting pictures of Tiffany fake sleeping as if this is a game. Yeah, Marie, that's not a good look. That's not funny, especially when people are like really mad. Because like, don't get me wrong, I'm vibing. I'm living my best life. No, now it says resume. Oh no, Hannah. That's not good. Why do I feel like they took the live off the question? I'm about to quit. Honestly, Lynn, I fully appreciate that. I know, the kitty little primordial pouch. She's so cute. Yeah, people on Twitter are like really, really mad. And like, you know, I get it. Netflix crashing is definitely giving you more live views. I know I'm noticing that, Cat's Gardens. I'm thinking that's also probably part of it. Yeah, I had to hop on my laptop to join. Amber, I've heard that. But thank you for hopping on your laptop to join. I appreciate you. I'm sick and this is pissing me off. Marie, that is super fair. I feel like the amount of time too that we've had to wait is pretty wild. Lydia, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. You're one of us now. Thank you so much for being here. I'm excited to have you be part of our little group. Let's see here. I know, for Finn and Christine, it's like 3 a.m. If you guys are overseas, by the way, if you're like one of our friends who are in Europe or in one of the time zones where it's like the wee hours of the morning, you guys are the realest and you guys are built different because being up that late is like a superpower. Jew Morley, thank you so much for joining the channel memberships. I appreciate you so much. You're one of us now. You already know as soon as we call it, they're going to go live. Oh, for sure. They're absolutely going to do that. Listen, I'm here. I've parked my butt, and I'm going to figure it out. I know we're all rooting for you, Netflix. Laura, for real. Echelon, where you going, Bean? This is what I'm saying. I move the camera, and then what does she do? She moves. Oh! There's an issue with the live stream. Hang tight. We're trying to fix it. Oh my gosh, you guys. It's working. I'm not refreshing anymore. I'm not touching it. Nobody touch it. Nobody look at it. Nobody move. I think it's finally going to work. Oh my gosh. I'm an owl from Europe. Wow. That's so cool. You should be in a triad with Zach and Bliss. Sorry, that was a shitty mean joke. I take that back. This hang tight music is making me sleepy. Meg, thank you so much for your super chat. I joined on mobile, Android phone. Close out the live chat and you should see join on the right side of the screen. Thank you for the tip. Yeah, if you're a channel member on mobile and you're having a hard time joining, you can close out of the live and then join will be on the right side of the screen. Rosa, thank you so much for the super chat. You can join on mobile easy peasy. Just close out of the live chat and the join button is directly to the right of Mickey's name. Thank you guys. You guys are so helpful. I appreciate you. This is the screen I have been on for like an hour now. Oh no, Danielle. Listen, I'm taking a win is a win to me. And so if I have this, at least I'll take that, you know? Don't refresh. That's how I got kicked out. Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, I'm not touching it. I'm not looking at it. I'm not going to look it in the eye because something bad might happen. Also, Echelon, girl, what are you doing? Come up here. Why don't you come hang out with me? You love getting in my lap when I'm in Zoom calls and in important meetings. Come here. Yay, Mickey, don't refresh. Okay, yeah. It's been an hour and it's still not playing. Oh, I know, Zara. I cannot believe how long it's been. Like, the getting fucking yanked for this one. Oh, okay, great. It's happening. Of course, I can't hear anything. Did my headphones turn off? I'm going to actually punch someone. Who saw the TikTok of Paul touching Micah? Oh my gosh. Bedazzled Life. Thank you so much for the super chat. We're no longer live. I saw it, you guys. Side eye. Side eye. They're not live anymore.
Did you get it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, sorry, guys.
From the show, plus
can you guys
we'll
hear
have a sneak peek at what our married couples' home lives are like.
But it's no longer live. Yeah, it's no longer live, you guys.
But guys,
they
that's enough
recorded
business
it.
up front. Let's go ahead and get into it. Audience, please give our cast a huge round of applause.
I'm still not going to pause it, to be clear.
We want to thank all of you for having so much
there?
courage to share your love and to share your lives on Love is Blind. Jackie and Josh aren't here, but I sat down with them for an exclusive interview that we will show you later on in the show.
That should fix it.
Plus, we will be joined by Irina here in studio in just a bit.
There you go. That should be better.
Oh, okay. We got a 50-50 audience.
No.
First,
Emily
I want to say
Wilson,
hi
it's
to
just not
Marshall,
live
Micah,
anymore.
and Paul. Hey, y'all.
I'm not pausing it still.
Paul, a little heartbreak shirt? What is that?
A little heartbreak shirt.
A little heartbreak shirt. Okay. Okay,
Listen,
Zach
I
and
like the
Bliss,
shirt,
a little
though.
coordination. Hi.
Hi.
How are y'all?
We're so good.
You're good, and I'm judging by the outfit and the socks. Zach, y'all are still married.
And the rings?
And the ring.
Good giveaway.
Did the owl
Mark,
portrait
thank you
make
so
it
much for
into your
gifting the channel
love nest together?
memberships.
Yes,
You're the
it
realest.
is. Yep. It's right there. We see it every day.
Oh, yay. Okay.
All right. Kwame, Chelsea, great to see you
Oh
guys.
my gosh, Mark.
All right, let's get the business out of the way. Still happily married at this point?
Yes.
Very happily married, yes.
Still feeding each other strawberries?
All the good things.
All the good things, including the strawberries.
Ooh. And last but certainly not least, Brett and Tiffany.
Brett and Tiffany. Look how cute they are. I love them.
Still madly in love and happy as ever, I'm assuming.
Absolutely.
You said that in sync.
Hey, careful with the instinct references on.
We only do 98 degrees
The
references in this
Discord should
family.
be
Sorry.
fixed.
Well, you're both looking sharp, but Brett especially sharp. I have to ask, did Bougie Brett get this suit
Thank you so
custom
much for
made?
the
This
super
is a
chat, and
100%
also
custom suit.
proud of you.
One of,
Take care of yourself, but I'm proud of
And
you
the
for
kids?
taking care of your mental health.
you know, I mean, I had to make some statement stickers. Well, I didn't make them, but I had to wear some statement stickers.
I was going to
I'm
joke,
so
but
glad
it
they're
was
still
too long
married.
of a delay that we were actually late because Brett was getting his pants fixed.
It's live. I don't know.
Anyways,
It says that it's
Tiffany, your romance, Brett,
They
your
just
romance
announced
together
it.
is
Tiffany
hot.
and Brett are
Watching you
still
guys sit
together.
here, we sat here for an hour watching
Yeah,
you
I
guys
know, it's
just
different.
all over each other, so madly in love.
We're fixing
Obviously,
it, you guys,
watching the
sorry.
wedding, we saw you guys. It was a fairy tale. The fairy tale has continued in life, I'm assuming.
I've just been
Oh,
refreshing it,
absolutely.
you guys.
I mean,
So it just started playing.
well, so
and
here's
I'm
the
not
thing.
pausing
I
it. I'm not
actually
touching
moved
it.
down to Portland, and it
I'm
was
not
like
messing with
such a, I don't know, it was just a big change for me. But one thing that our family has always said and supported us on is like, look, never stop dating. And that's one thing that like Brett is really good with. So
That's sweet.
True.
yeah.
He keeps
Great
keeping you off your
advice.
feet.
Yeah, he does.
Gabby, I've
In
just
a
been
sense,
refreshing
you
it.
keep it hot and spicy, but I gotta say, you need to give yourself some credit,
Daniela,
Tiffany,
I'm so
because
sorry.
I don't know if you remember on your wedding day after y'all got married, you were very eager to go to the bridal suite.
Oh my gosh.
And you
Very
wanted to
eager.
sneak away so bad, and this is a reality show. So this is our never before seen clip of when they hit the bridal
Okay.
suite.
This feels invasive.
Not for real?
She did not look like she was happy with that. Okay, that's not funny. Yeah, that's icky. I know, I'm sorry you guys are still having such a hard time watching it. On Discord, you can watch it without the censor. You have to be a channel or a patron. We have 2 rooms going on
Of course,
Discord. I
was
know that you guys
joking.
are having
I'm
a
not
hard time
gonna
watching it.
air
The
your
second
dirty
one, I'm doing my
laundry.
best.
You know, did you
Aaron's
though? I'm
working
curious.
on
Did
it.
you go back to the bridal suite? What is it
Unfortunately, I
called?
can't get
When
in
you-
there or I'll
Get a
stop
little
streaming in the
quickie
one
in.
room.
No, not a quickie. No, like when you get married and you make
Oh, you consummate.
Yeah,
you
did you
consummate.
That's what it is. Did
Why
you
are we talking about
consummate?
consummating the
Is
marriage?
this TMI? We're on a live
I mean,
reading.
I wanted to, but I love messing around with him. I'm quite the jokester, but he,
We're both jokesters.
Yeah, yeah.
You didn't want to
so-
mess up the suit just yet.
Oh
Not yet.
boy.
Okay,
Time
okay.
and place
Yeah, it
for
finally
everything.
started.
I will
Iona.
say that moment of you falling asleep, Tiffany, is definitely going to go down in the Love is Blind archives, and you're
Oh,
probably never going to live it down. But we want to know what was going on in your mind.
I don't know. You want
when
me?
your
I can't
girls
do
woke you
anything.
up. You got Chelsea dancing
sorry.
over you. What were you thinking at that moment?
Can you
well,
watch me in Discord and then
I actually didn't remember
Like,
what
watch me on-
happened. Like, I knew I just shut my eyes. And I was like, okay, like his voice was soothing. We were playing like a game before then. And so I was just like, Brett, I think I'm falling in love with you. And it was like an emotional release. And I was just like, all right, I said what I needed to say. Yeah. And then I guess I knocked out for a little while. I don't even know how long it was.
You had a good nap. You had a good nap.
I
It was like
did.
20 minutes.
Yeah,
20
Aaron is having a hard
minutes?
time
That's
clicking
called
on
a
it
power
too.
nap.
That's why
You
he
get
can't stream it in the second room because it won't let him click on it.
Yeah, not my finest moment, but my girl, she woke me up. We were always singing that song in the pause, and I guess she knew like what I was gonna wake up to. I didn't know I was gonna wake up dancing. I saw it like with the rest of the fans. I was like, oh my gosh! It just hit me when I realized Brett
Hattie,
wasn't there,
listen.
and I thought I missed my moment.
We're managing
So
all
funny.
different kinds of shit
So
right
funny.
now.
Marshall, I got to ask
I'm
you
gonna
because
throw
I
up.
heard that you
Facts
take
are
actually
insane.
responsibility for the two of them getting together. How true is that?
Yeah, 100% on me. Say no, I'm joking. Not 100%, but I will say though.
Chloe, I have
no,
just been
Tiffany and I,
refreshing
we had
for like hours.
a few days together.
Literally 2 hours.
And I just came to the realization that we're
Shailisa, I
just
can't
too
change
far
it at
apart
the moment,
in
unfortunately.
Ages. So it.
Irina's mic is on.
Someone's mic
Yeah,
is on.
biological
Y'all
clock.
hear that?
Aaron's
Sorry,
having
you
the
felt
same
like you're
issue.
interrupting. I think someone's mic is on in the control room. We hear y'all.
Oh, they're having a hard time.
Sorry to interrupt.
No, all good, all good. So after Tiffany and I decided to
Yeah,
call it
Fabi,
quits,
they're
not really call it
recording.
quits, but
They
just
did record it.
Focus
I think.
on other
People are just having issues accessing it.
I
I
went
think 'cause
to
it's still
Brett
new.
and I was just like telling Brett.
Yeah, Jackie and
Tiffany's
Josh
a
are
wonderful
not
woman,
here.
and I felt like I had known Brett before all of this. Just we had just instantaneously connected,
Yeah.
and I felt like Tiffany was the right person for
Thank
Brett.
you,
and
Hannah.
Brett was
Yeah,
the
if you're
right person
able
for
to
Tiffany.
access it on your own device,
There's a lot more to that story.
You can try to sync the time to where we're at,
There were a whole bunch of emotions swirling,
so
and
you can see it on your end.
I just said to Tiffany, "Your person is here, and you will get through this."
Chloe, I know.
And
They
look where they are
stopped.
now.
Well, let's hear from.
They
let's
like
hear
gave
from her
up on
person.
doing it live, and they just recorded it, and now they're putting it up for viewing. Except that it's
Brett,
still really
I'm
buggy.
curious,
Some people
when you
can't
think back
access
to
it.
how this all started,
I know,
way back in the
canceled
pause, I mean,
AF.
the year that's happened since. What's your favorite memory? What's your favorite memory of your love story together?
Oh boy.
Ooh, without a doubt, I'd say our last dinner before the wedding, where I surprised her with the portraits. For me,
Aw,
that
that's
was
sweet.
out of all the moments
I
this
waited
or
and
the
now I can't
moment that
find
I
the
was
live.
most
Yeah,
looking
I
forward
think some
to,
people are having a hard time
just because of the
accessing
story
it.
behind
It's
it.
still
In the show,
Netflix
there's a
is still
scene
crashing.
where Tiffany is like crying on the couch. She's really overwhelmed by all the planning that's going on, and we're kind of like sitting like we are now, and I'm just kind of telling her like, hey, it's okay to feel that way. And that day, I actually just came back from Portland. I drove three hours up, which
I know, they look
fun little
great,
nugget.
Jemma
It wasn't really mentioned in the show, but I don't live in Seattle. I live in Portland.
Veronica,
So
thank
that
you for the
day, I
super
drove
chat.
up 3 hours in the morning, and then drove up 3 hours back in the same day from work.
Wow.
And
Madeline,
I
I'm
wanted
so
to take
sorry.
her portrait. She said yes to make her feel better, and then, I knew that the last
Birdie,
thing she would
go off,
expect would
girl.
be to be surprised with the pictures from the shoot. And her reaction,
Oh, Aaron,
like
I'm
as
so
a
sorry.
photographer, I started doing photography in 2020. I had never had my work framed, so her reaction was everything.
Yeah, okay, so
awesome.
that
Yeah,
was your work as a
real Tron
photographer.
stuff.
What do you think about the photography of Kwame and Chelsea's little engagement under their shoot? How's that moment?
No.
I haven't seen the pictures.
Actually, you didn't see the pictures. You saw the whole photo
We saw the
shoot.
shoot. We saw the shoot.
We loved that. What was that like for you guys? Hi, by the way. You guys look very coordinated and still very much in love.
They do.
Thank you.
I'm going to say now it's a signature pink. You got all the shades, right? 50 shades of pink over here.
50 Shades of Pink. I love that.
God.
What was it like watching your engagement photo shoot together for the whole world to see? What was going on in your guys' minds?
We loved it. We loved it. I mean, it was really a dream come true for me. What the viewers didn't see was that we connected about Calvin Klein in the pods before all of that.
That's cute.
And we had a date, and it was called the Calvin Klein date.
Yeah, Chelsea actually, she
that
got me a
mean?
gift. And I opened the box, and it's a pair of boxers, and I'm sitting there, and I'm like, what do I do with these? And she's like, go put them on.
Yeah.
He was like, here? I was like, yes.
So, yeah, I left the pod, put the boxers on, came back in, and we had our day.
In your Calvins.
And
In the
both of our
Calvins.
Calvins.
I hope
Okay,
it
that's
at
kinda
this
cute,
point that Calvin
honestly.
Klein has sent you all some free underwear.
We're waiting for it. We're waiting for
Olivia,
it.
yes,
My
if you're a
mom even
patron,
shopped
you can
before
join
the
the Discord,
show
but
with
full
me
disclosure, the room is
for
maxed
my
out right
future,
now.
you know,
And we're trying to
husband,
figure out
my
how to
mystery man
unfuck it, but
husband's
we're
underwear. I
big
mean, God bless
success.
her. But she knew this was going to happen for me.
Hi, Holly. Thank you so much for
Wait,
joining the
wait,
channel
so the
memberships.
pair that you gave him wasn't the pair your mom bought, was it?
No, we just like went together, and she was like, "Why are we? What are we doing?"
Just making sure. I didn't know if you were wearing the
No, but it
underwear.
did arrive after we left to film, and she had to
To
send
get
them to the
sponsored.
studio.
Yeah.
So it was a whole thing.
Did you guys print the photos?
We will be definitely. There are.
Yeah.
Will they
there
be
are
displayed
blank
in your
walls
home?
in our
Yeah.
house.
They're gonna go on the
So
wall.
they're
I've been
on the walls.
waiting for
Yeah.
a year for these
Yeah.
pictures.
You reloaded
And
Netflix and it worked?
that
Okay.
date, by the way, was the day that I knew Chelsea was the one. I walked back in, and I actually have those boxers on right now.
What? It works. Just got in. It says live, but I got in late. Okay.
All right, well, guys, there were so many couples that said "I do" this season, which is fantastic. But there were
Yeah,
also
time
a
will
record
tell,
number,
Nick Lachey.
number of love triangles, and we're going to get to each and every one of them. Don't you worry. But first, we want to talk about Chelsea, Kwame,
You have to exit and go back in.
Micah.
Love you. Did
Here
you
is
hear
a
that?
never-before-seen clip of the ladies discussing Kwame and Micah's infamous
The shade
poolside
from
chat in
Micah.
Mexico. Check it out.
Hi, little friend. You're just a little teddy bear.
I know. Oh, yeah, you haven't met her, huh?
No.
Yeah, wait, what's your dog's name?
This is Rocky. Hi. What's your name, baby? Come say hi, Ruth. How are you guys doing? Are you moved in? We just got back.
Oh,
and
boy.
there's a lot going on now.
Yeah, we haven't really seen each other since Mexico, and I know we kind of left like on a weird note, and I think there was like some confusion over like some stuff that was like said, and I know some of the girls said that you were like maybe feeling like upset.
Yeah, I mean, I'd love to hear like your take on what happened at the welcome party.
I like made a super unfortunate joke that like I thought was going to be taken as funny, but it wasn't, and in that regards, like I do really regret that, because I could tell.
What was the joke?
I think it was something like to the tune of like, I don't know, like cheers like a failed proposal or something. Like
It proceeded to be a 20-minute conversation, right? It just didn't need to be in that way, in my opinion.
he was like upset,
shit,
and that's
he's
why he wanted
same.
to talk. But then when
Totally.
he like came over, it was more to just like chat more. And so I feel like from an outside perspective, I would look at that and be like, what the hell's going on over there?
Yeah,
so I
and
totally,
I did.
that's how I would have
and I
felt
was.
too.
Sana, thank
And
you
I
for
was
joining
really
the channel
uncomfortable.
memberships.
From what you told me in the pods, you were breaking up with him. And from what he told me, he was breaking up with you. So you guys were like breaking up with each other in your own ways.
Yeah.
I don't know your guys' relationship, and I didn't, obviously, I only knew the connection that I had with Kwame, right?
Jess, I'm watching it on
I think I
Netflix.
wouldn't
I just
want
was
to be
lucky enough to get
respectful
in.
to me and to Paul.
100%.
We both fell in love with the same guy. And to say that we weren't threatened by each other
Charlie, the
would be
Discord.
a lie.
I do
know, I'm one of
apologize
the
if
chosen
that
ones.
comment like stirred
The Discord
up,
is
like,
where we're streaming it
crap
without
for
the
literally
overlay.
no reason,
But full
and that was
disclosure, we're
really
having a
Glad.
hard time
Appreciate it.
getting it in the other room. Because the first room that people are watching it in is maxed out with
I love you.
viewers. So you're welcome to join if you want, but there's no guarantees you'll be able to actually watch it without the censor
so
right this
Chelsea,
moment. So
it
please know
appeared
that.
in that clip that you and Micah had made up, but that was before you saw the actual footage with audio and some more visual of Micah and Kwame's Mexico poolside chat. What was it like when you actually watched that?
I mean, it was difficult. It was very uncomfortable.
Oh boy.
But we had that conversation. Mike and I
Katerina,
had
I don't
had
have a timestamp. Unfortunately, it just says live.
together.
I'm so sorry.
Right? Kwame and I had hours-long conversation that
know,
evening.
yeah.
When you guys saw a little snippet, of our conversation. So we have moved on. I mean, we are happily married right now. And yes, like that was an immature comment. And she understands that.
Sorry,
And I
Tatum.
believe that she's grown. And I do
said
really,
earlier
really
I'm going
want
to talk over
her to be
parts of
happy.
it because
And if I may,
it is
like,
what it is.
I think that there's something that I need to say about it. Like, there's 3 layers. There's an apology that needs to be said. Like, first and foremost, that was really hard for me to watch, right? It was really hard looking back at that. And being there with my wife as well, that was incredibly immature of me to react that way to it and allow it to go that way. So it is incredibly unfair to my wife, and I'm so sorry, baby. And Like, I'm so
Nice
glad that
apology.
we have grown so much together. And I'm sorry I let my ego get the best of me in that moment. I'll never do that again, you know? And then the second layer is I need to say sorry to Chelsea's family, right? It's not an accurate representation of our relationship and definitely not of me. I definitely let that moment get the best of me. And so they all need to know how much I care and love for my wife, you know? And she means the world to me, you know? And I think a third layer is for all the people who are out there who believed in us, who saw that, and it gave them a really negative light, you know? So all in all, like, I accept completely what happened there. And I know that I needed to grow to get past moments like that. And I think that I'm in a better spot, and that puts us in a much better spot.
Thank you, Isabel.
And just to be clear, after the two of you were engaged, you no longer had feelings for Micah. That ship had sailed.
I did not. So little did the world know. There were a couple dates that Micah and I had that were long scheduled dates that we both ended early, right? Like at that point in time, by the time we broke up, we weren't having as much fun in our dates anymore. So we both knew it was coming up.
She doesn't look like
it
she
just had to
agrees
be
with that.
that final step to make it happen. But I think we both knew like our hearts were going in different directions, and there were directions that were definitely better for us, and we needed to take that step.
But to be fair, thinking back to your
Ileana,
reaction
same.
to your and Micah's last date in the pods, it seemed like it was a fairly emotional reaction on your part. If you knew that you were kind of heading in separate directions, why were you so emotionally moved at that moment?
It hurt, right? It hurts no matter what. We've all had those moments where you separate from someone that you know isn't right for you, and you still sit on your bed and eat ice cream for a month, right? Like we go through those moments. You have to process your emotions. Regardless of whether my heart was in a different place and I had moved on, I still needed to
disagree with
process
that.
out the pain that was felt.
Okay.
Right, and so I think that I'm okay with what happened. It helped me process it. I do think I should have handled the breakup immediately with a bit more maturity, because I think we would have gotten more closure before Mexico. But all in all, I think that there was some pain in it, and that's the way that I could process it in that way.
Something I noticed in that clip was, Chelsea, you were telling Micah, hey, you know, you told me you were going to break up with him, but he told me he was going to break up with you. And Micah, you kind of made a little smirk. You went, but you didn't say anything. So was that not your recollection of things, that he was going to break up with you? You were always going to break up with him?
You know, I don't think I was aware of that, but I don't think it matters. I mean, the proof is here. You know, they're happy, they're married. Regardless of the cadence it happened in, it doesn't matter. You know, we both knew what was best for ourselves, and we followed that.
Yeah. So Chelsea, did Kwame actually say that to you, or were you just in the moment thinking, like, you told him you were going to break up, but he told me he was going to break up with you?
I was so focused on my relationship with Kwame, like, the whole time. And I think that is a little bit why at the pool party I was like, whoa. But I wasn't involved in there. Like, I really didn't know how deeply they had, like, fallen for each other.
No, right. I'm saying specifically when you guys were walking the dogs, you actually said, Kwame told me he was going to break up with you.
I have a breakup note still in my notebook.
So you did. So that wasn't a lie. You did.
It wasn't a lie.
You never got to it.
Yeah, I never got to. Like, we got into that conversation. I think it was really, really difficult because I had written something heartfelt.
Yeah.
That was meaningful because I think we meant something to each other in that moment.
Yeah.
And so obviously you reflect back on it and you think the conversation just went, hey,
Yeah, the Discord is full,
I think
y'all.
we should
You're
go in our
welcome to
separate
join
directions.
still.
And that hurt to hear right away,
But we're
because
having a
regardless
hard
of
time
how
streaming
little the
it in the second
connection
room.
felt at that point,
Yeah.
there was some depth to it at some point.
Yeah.
And so it just felt, I felt like in that moment I needed a bit more closure and acceptance that we did mean something to each other at some point, and it helped us get to this part of our journey where we are now blessed to go in the better direction.
Yes.
And it just felt like it was like, snip, bye-bye.
Yes.
And that's what hurt about it.
Yeah.
That's all.
And I
Thank
will say
you
something
for
that you guys
clarifying.
also didn't see was in the lounge, I went up to Micah and I was going to have like a truce. Like, you know what? Whatever is meant to be will be. I really do believe that for both of us. And she goes, before I could even speak, she was like, wait, I'm breaking up with him right now. And I was like, oh. Like, I was like, okay. It was a little bit shocking to me, but like, that's what she said. That's exactly what she did. Kwame was on the other side. I couldn't talk to him. I don't know. I can't fact check anything. I'm just going to take what she's saying, you know, and she went in there and she did that.
So thinking back, do you feel like Micah maybe played with Kwame's emotions a little bit in the pods, or not so much?
It's such a complicated experience,
That's a loaded
right? I
question.
mean, you're falling in love with multiple people, and I'm going to give everyone the benefit of the doubt. It's a difficult process.
Sarah, that's a fair point.
And, you know, we all cope in different ways. And I'm not saying that, condoning like messing around with somebody or putting someone else down to make you feel better, but it is a complex process. And we all deal with it the best that we can.
I love how much you guys have reflected, and specifically, Mommy, when you answered the question earlier about reflecting and wanting to apologize to your wife and to, your families and to everybody watching, because you did post on Instagram. You said, I get it. If you don't believe in it, I get it from what you've seen. But you've had the most fun falling in love with each other. Yeah. So if you had this chance right now to tell everybody who's watching, what do you want to tell that you think you want to address that is misunderstood about y'all?
About our relationship.
Yeah. Or just about you guys in general.
I mean, I'll say this too. Every single conversation.
Oh my God. Of course. Of course. Netflix can eat my ass. Oh, motherfucker. I feel so ripped off that Jackie's not there. I feel ripped off that Netflix isn't fucking working, you guys. Who's watching it? You guys go live. This is some bullshit, y'all.
Is yours still working?
Nope, it stopped working.
You just gave it to me. Only one per account. I have it. I'm telling you right now.
Oh my God. You can only watch it on one account at a time. Is that the problem? Yeah, hold on. I'm going to try watching it right now. This is some fucking bullshit. Yeah, I know. It won't load. It'll come back. Mine's done that several times and it comes back. Okay, that's fair.
I turned mine off.
That's fucking garbage, man. Yeah, I can't. Okay, yeah, since we're doing this, I have to have the overlay on there for copyright. As soon as I have like audio visual happening at the same time, I have to put the overlay on. My streams literally get yanked in real time. When I'm telling you that they literally get booted off the internet in real time, I'm being so serious. We've experimented with as many overlays as we can to make them as transparent as we can, and it still doesn't work. So
Do you need a break? Are you okay?
no, I'm okay. Unfortunately, the overlay does have to be there.
Like there's no phones, no text.
You got it, you lost it.
And you can watch it without the overlay in Discord. However, the Discord room that we're streaming it in is currently full. Discord limits how many people can be in a room at a time, and we have been trying to stream it in a second room, but as soon as Aaron got hold of the playback, it actually worked for him on his computer to stream it in the second room. It stopped working for me. So I don't know what the deal is. And the reunion doesn't know this is happening. What do you mean, Shanice? Just checked mine, still not working. Yeah, I saw a bunch of people talking about how it seems to be going in and out. I feel lucky that we got it for as long as we did. I know. Netflix really does love playing the super villain. Let's see here. This is still not working. I'm still getting there's an issue with the live stream. Yeah, you're not alone in that. Aaron has been trying literally this entire time to get it to work, and also it's just disappeared from the fucking homepage now. Netflix is having a fucking time, y'all. Okay, now it just says resume. Please don't play season 1. Don't play with me right now. Kayla, thank you so much for the super chat. This just doesn't at all align with his behavior or reactions. This seems like a cover. I wish this was pre-filmed so we could roll back the tape. I'm assuming that we will get the playback eventually.
Just work on chat. I'll keep refreshing it for you.
So I'm hoping that we'll be able to do that. Also say hi to Aaron, everybody. Look at his beautiful shining face. What a king. Shout out to Aaron and to Hannah for being here and helping mod the chat and be supportive. You have to search for it because it disappears from the homepage. I know, isn't it garbage?
Oh.
It's right there. Yeah. Some people say if you click next episode from episode 12, it works. Oh, interesting. Okay, let's try that. Will it be available to watch tomorrow on Netflix? You mean? I don't know. I am going to talk about this episode eventually. So if we can't get it to work today, we might just do a live tomorrow or something instead. Okay, guys, have a good time. Yeah, fair enough, Steffi. Thank you so much for being here. I appreciate y'all. Why did the Instagram delete the pic of Irina? Oh my gosh, did they? That's awful.
I shouldn't have played with fire.
No, it's okay. I mean, there's no way we could have known. Also, I think it's fair to say that Netflix is just a nightmare right now. Yeah, SG Mark has been gifting channel memberships. Ooh, Tina, Netflix just tweeted. Thank you. I think I have Twitter on my phone. Let me check.
They tell everyone to go suck an egg and they don't care.
Probably. They said, we took your membership fees every month and gave you nothing. For real, this is like low-key kind of embarrassing that Netflix hyped this reunion up so much and then can't deliver. Mark is for real saving the day here. To everyone who stayed up late, woke up early, gave up their Sunday afternoon, we're incredibly sorry that Love is Blind live reunion did not turn out as we had planned. We're filming it now and we'll have it on Netflix as soon as humanly possible. Again, thank you and sorry. That was at 6:30 p.m. It was 10 minutes ago. Netflix is screwed. There's a live on TikTok showing it.
You want to pull it up on TikTok and then in the meantime?
Yeah, I mean, we can try.
Just pull it up on your. Can you do TikTok on here?
Yeah. But also, we're going to do that really quick.
Oh, shit, yeah.
Because nobody needs to see my login information for TikTok, do they? Just dropping by to say thank you for making this disaster so entertaining. You're welcome, Glossy. I'm off to bed with sending love. I hope that you sleep well. Thank you for hanging out with us. I appreciate y'all for being here, especially those of you in weird time zones. Y'all are the realest for staying up late. Let's see. Okay, thank you. Duly noted. I cannot find it. Here, let me see if I can search in here. Thank you. Yeah, for sure. That's what I want to watch. Clicking the next episode. We just tried it. But it didn't seem to work for me. Okay, let's see. All right. Cool. We're going to try watching it on TikTok. Actually, there's one. This is something, isn't it?
That's what we got.
Let me see here. This should be a day of no surprises. This should be a day of planning. Eloise, too real. Oh, that's really funny, actually. Okay, here we go. Shout out to this person on TikTok. Actually, hold on. Let me close this really quick and close that. Let me just refresh this one more time just to see. I found one on TikTok, though. We'll see if this will work. Nope.
Okay.
All right.
Across,
shout out to this person on TikTok.
Across the entire country, just to be there was amazing. But as Bliss was coming up, her father looked at
all right.
What year is it?
I know. We're living alive.
Something that we paid for.
I feel that way too.
It was going to work out. And yeah.
He always comes around. He just really strongly loves his children.
You know what, you guys? We're going to fucking play with fire. I'm not putting the fucking overlay on it. Let's see what happens.
Yeah.
Fuck it.
Oh, I'm so glad Daddy came around.
We'll see what happens.
And weren't the only ones that got caught up in some drama this season. There was another duo that had everyone talking, and I am talking about Irina and Micah. Take a look.
Here we go.
This person adding her commentary. I love it.
I know.
Kel, this is hilarious. You guys broke the system. I know, Natty, same.
Oh, Mardi Gras was what I picked for your date, and wait, that's so new.
Yeah, thank you to everybody for being here. If you're new, you should subscribe. Talk about this stuff all the time. I know I did get mad. Sorry, Daddy. Shit's annoying. Facts. Ooh, this makes me upset.
What he wanted, and that's okay. But I'm just like, you could have been a little bit more forthcoming about where you were at instead of just telling me what I wanted to hear. Because now I feel like a fucking idiot because I believed you. When's it gonna be my turn? How many times do you have to be broken?
Oh, the smiling.
Figures that,
To be clear, I have no control over this live, by the way. This is just some rando on TikTok, and bless her for that. Rachel.
You didn't do anything wrong. You were acting as a restaurant.
They're so not being kind right now.
Okay, we are now joined by Irina. Thank you for coming.
Okay.
What was it like
Love their
watching that?
curtains.
Watching
LOL,
it
Eric.
unfold when you were watching this season?
Sorry, just need a minute.
Not the audience laughing
I
at
think
her.
that throughout this, watching that back was really difficult. It was in multiple parts, and it was a lot with like Zach and with the way things went out with the girls in the lounge as well.
Brittany,
I
fair
feel like
enough.
I really came into it in like a selfish perspective of like it was just me on the show. Like it was just me. It was what I was going through and what no one else was kind of going around. What was no one else experiencing, and kind of like, oh, I wasn't there to make friends, but in reality, like what that
Sasha, that's what I'm banking
how that,
on.
like affected other people. I would say my intention was never to hurt anyone, but my impact did. And it wasn't only seeing like the girls I hurt, which I will say like I privately apologize to all of them. But I think it was just deeper than that. I think it was seeing people that were bullied too, and them rewatching that, and then feeling the pain that they felt when they were
Emma,
growing
this
up
is
in
the
this
Hunger
experience.
Games.
So I think I'm going through it, all of it, and just experiencing and thinking about everything that happened. And I know that's not the person that I want to be, and that I'm not. And it's painful that that's the image I'm left with on my 3 weeks of this journey.
That's what's
So
painful to her?
obviously, you and Zach were together, went to Mexico together. I'm just curious, Bliss, when you watched that part of the season back, how did
Brittany,
you
same.
feel about how Irina was treating Zach out of the pod?
Yeah, well, Zach, we talked so much about everything that happened. Like, he told me every little detail, so I was prepared to see it, but I wasn't. I was very shocked, honestly, and I was super disappointed. And I just really hope that you grow from this. It's sad to see someone so wonderful be treated so poorly, and I just hope that you can grow.
That was the nicest
Do you think
diss.
that Irina ever took your relationship seriously?
No.
Yes, Gianna, they are.
I would love to speak on that if I can. It really hurts to hear Zach say that. I generally think that me and Zach weren't right for each other. And I think that when I came into this experience, I felt like I was in a place to find, like I was ready to meet somebody that I want to spend the rest of my life with. And I think that when I went into it, like I came into it thinking, hey, like if there's anybody in there that it doesn't feel right, like I'm cutting it off right away. So Zach was the last guy that I chose, and I still think he's the best guy. There's a reason that I chose him.
Yeah.
And I think that like we weren't meant to be, and clearly we can see it from day one from seeing each other. But I still believe to this day, like this was the best guy that I met on the show, and I meant that. And I came with that intention, but I was going to be true to myself. If it wasn't going to work out, and it didn't, it felt super wrong for me and Zach. And so to sit here and hear him say that it wasn't true for me, and that's okay. I understand. I completely treated you so poorly, Zach, and nobody deserves to be treated like that at all. And I like belittled you and made you feel really small. And I was
Desperate
going through a
chill.
lot mentally.
She's not the
Does
worst
not
woman in
mean
the
that
world.
it's an excuse to
She's
do
a
that.
very flawed human
Looking
being.
back, like, I'm sorry, and I do
Just
sorry
like the
if
rest
you
of
had-
us.
I know I'm rambling a little, but I love your guys' relationship. I love seeing it unfold. It was truly one of my favorites, and that might sound cheesy or cringy, but like seeing Zach.
Yeah,
be
she's
so
also
loved by you
23.
And seeing the things that I maybe didn't like, and seeing you just be in
Ma'am.
awe of every little thing he did. We believe that I'll hopefully have that for myself too, and I
Well, Zach-
truly mean that for the both of you.
Yeah, Zach, I feel like you may want to say something. Do you believe the words that are coming out of her mouth right now, or do you still have skepticism?
Nick!
That's up for you to answer. I'm not.
Yeah. This is
Be
what
comfortable.
You did a lot of things that hurt a lot of people, including me.
Tori, yes, exactly.
And I mean, you only see 10% of it on the camera. There was
Yeah,
so
make a
much
point.
stuff that happened that was just unbelievable. If we're real, you went on this show to get famous.
That is a hell of an accusation.
But look, I forgive you. Like, I genuinely 100% forgive you, Irina.
I do too. And we talked about that already.
I really don't hold anything against you. And
I know.
like,
Hey, Irina, I'm
there's so many
sorry.
people out here that want to attack the cast on the show. And you have no idea. Like, everybody who made a mistake on this show, it has been punishment enough for the entire world to see them at their worst. Like, trust me, Irina, Micah, everybody here who did something, we all did something stupid. And so, like, I 100% forgive you, Irina. And my last comment, I stand on that. I have receipts, but the only receipt I think the world should see are the ones I posted on my Instagram today. And with that said, I really believe, Irina, that you will become an amazing person one day. I believe
Be
that.
right back.
And I forgive you for what happened, and I hope the world does too.
I mean, I can feel the emotion in your voice, and you touched on something I think is very true. The experience that you all went through is one that's so unique that maybe only you all can understand. And then you have the perspective of watching it back. And I think in that is a great learning opportunity to see maybe the way that you came off in ways that you didn't necessarily know, if that's true. And we can all learn from those moments, you know?
Irina, you mentioned when you were talking to Zach about wanting to be true to you and this process and wanting to find love. But then I couldn't help but remember when you guys did eventually break it off in Mexico and you're brushing your teeth and he's like, I've had a terrible time. You asked, like, what have you been thinking about Bliss? He's like, this whole time. And you were basically like, yeah, I was ready to leave the moment I saw you. And you kind of said under your breath, and then I was like, whoa, wait, time out, rewind. Did she just say that? So right when you saw him in the reveal, you're like, and I'm out, but you continue to go on.
Yeah, I would love to talk about that, actually. So I think when I saw Zach, I will say he was completely my type on paper, looks-wise, like the brown hair. Like, it wasn't anything about how he looked. And I know that people are, like, booing me for that and saying, oh, it's all about the looks. But it was a gut instinct, and I know Zach felt that same gut instinct when Marshall put the blanket over you, and you felt that it wasn't right. And I felt that when I saw you, and it was what I was praying for. I was like, I went into this thinking, like, hey, if there's a moment where something isn't right, I'm cutting it out. And I would have times in the middle of my dates where I would just leave and be like, hey, this isn't right, you're not a good person, it doesn't feel right, and I would leave. And so I felt that when I saw Zach, it was this instant uncomfort. I felt scared, and I didn't feel safe, and it wasn't in the sense of, like, I thought he was going to hurt me or something. I just didn't feel comfortable for me. And actually, I went back and I had a panic attack, and I actually asked to go home.
Yeah, it's about his mom.
And I said, this doesn't feel right, and I couldn't. I mean, they asked me to, hey, like, let's go to Mexico and have a conversation with Zach, and I said, absolutely, he deserves that 100%. But I didn't want to continue because I knew how hard that felt inside me, and how I was like, this isn't gonna work. And he felt it to 100%.
I know, Hannah.
It still hurts me, sorry to say, that you think I went on the show to get famous, and I thank you guys for forgiving me, but that wasn't the reason. And so me going to
I'm
Mexico
thinking the same
hey,
thing.
I'm gonna give Zach a chance, and this whole time it's me saying I'm giving him a chance. In reality, I'm treating him like absolute shit, and I feel like I couldn't have a voice to tell Zach how I was really feeling. And like, Zach is really good with his words. He's a lawyer. He's amazing with his words. But I was in this moment where I felt trapped, and I couldn't tell him how it was going on with me.
I don't think it was just words, though. There were a lot of actions.
Thank
you. Pillows over your head. There were eye rolls.
So I wanted to say.
Vanessa's coming for blood. My God.
And I'm so sorry to cut you off. You said you grew up, and I was wanting to root for you in the very beginning because you had a hard time people making fun of you for, you specifically said acne, and you felt like you were the victim. So you knew what it was like to be on that end. So then to redo it and to treat people that way almost seems like it was an actual malicious thought.
Yeah, I do want to say that moment with the pillow over my face, watching it back, I was like, absolute jerk move of me. I was literally having a panic attack on that pillow, and it completely doesn't look like this. I'm like, I keep talking on it, and I was crying. I literally was crying under the pillow, and I just felt like I couldn't tell Zach how I was feeling.
But I guess also in hindsight, so sorry.
I didn't hear Bliss's point of view on all this too, because my understanding is that there was a DM sent as well while you were with Zach to Bliss saying you dodged a bullet.
Yeah, she did say that. I did. I want to start off this by saying, like, this was a year ago. Like, this is such a small little blip in, like, me and Zach's love story, and we have moved on. I'm willing to address it now, and I really don't want to talk about it much further because it's like, I just don't care anymore, right? Okay. There was a message sent, and you know this. We all know it. You did tell me when you landed in Mexico that I dodged a bullet. Why you also texted him, I'm so sorry, let's talk, I hope that something happens with you and Bliss. So I don't know, I think you can have panic attacks and you can have trouble with, you know, mental illness and all of that, and that's totally valid, but then you're turning around and you're doing malicious things and you're like acting in really cruel ways. It's hard to reconcile those two things. It really is.
That's like really well stated,
Again,
honestly.
like, I just hope that you like can take accountability.
She didn't like
And there's
cast
so much
blame,
power in taking
but just like
responsibility when you do something
observed
wrong,
the
rather than
factual
giving
matter.
excuses. And I hope that you can do that, and I hope that you can move forward and move on.
Yeah, I do want to say, I wanted to bring that up here actually, that I sent you that message, and literally a few hours later or a few days later, like that was completely out of line for me to say. And along with Zach too, I think a few like
Allison,
days
yeah.
or hours when I got home and had time to process things and emotions. Again, like nothing I did was okay. The way I acted, the way I was talking, and I can't sit here also and blame it. It was a huge part of mental health, but I also don't want to blame that because it just isn't okay. But like I texted Zach as well, and I said, and it hit me too that I was like, I've never treated someone so poorly, and I do apologize.
And by the way, I want to say,
I know,
I
Teresa.
think you came on here today knowing that this was going to happen to some extent, and I want to applaud you for coming on here and for confronting it and for dealing with it and for whatever it's worth for apologizing for it. And Mike, I want to ask you, because Irina and Paul also had some interaction in Mexico that you were aware of. I know you had a conversation about it, but how was that for you watching those flirty kind of moments back on the show?
Because at that point, you guys were friends.
Yeah. It was hard to see, of course. I'm sure it was hard to see, like Chelsea had to see with Kwame and I. I think we both disrespected our partners and we disrespected, you know, other people here. I think the only thing both of us can do is own up to it and apologize and hope to do better. I think the fact that we were really close made it a little harder. I felt like I was blindsided. It made me question a lot of things with Paul.
Rachel, that's entirely
and
possible.
that's probably what hurt me the most.
Yeah, and Paul, for your part of it, I mean, how was that for you watching it back? I mean, how do you feel about that flirting moment, and were there others that happened maybe off camera?
No, there weren't. But I will say that I think from my perspective,
Side-eye.
I was very secure in our relationship, and I knew exactly where Zach stood. Micah and I, we had delineated what the boundaries were of what's okay, you know, in terms of like flirting and what is infidelity, you know. And that was
Elsie,
physical intimacy,
super
that was
fair.
the boundary, and I knew what I was willing to do and what I wasn't. And so it's for the very same reason that I wasn't threatened with the Micah and Kwame flirting situation.
Yeah, don't make comments about people's appearance.
Like,
It's embarrassing.
you know, we knew what we were capable of doing and what we were going to do and what we weren't. And yeah.
So there was a line, and you don't feel that you crossed that
Yeah, I knew that there was no danger in talking to Irina, flirting, whatever. There was no
Sparkly
danger
unicorn, I
of
like his
affecting
outfit.
either our relationship or their relationship, or
You know-
lack thereof.
The beauty of this reunion is for you guys to get a chance to say your piece, clear things up, like rumors about Babs.
Also, everybody take
You know,
notes. We're going to unpack everything at the end.
This video,
Because I can't
y'all,
pause
by the
it,
way, on the internet
obviously.
are savage. Y'all found a video and you slowed it down where Paul is leaving the bridal suite. Y'all put an
Here we
arrow
go.
where he's trying to
We're talking about it.
out of the bridal suite, tapping a little bridesmaid's tush. Let's take a look at this video. See what you
Stop. We're going to watch right now?
The music.
Oof.
I mean, I will
Oof.
say the bridesmaids seemed to like it. Clearly, she was one that was Team Paul. Paul is here now. What the heck? Like, seriously.
Okay. So to imply that that was anything more than me just gesturing, you know, acknowledging that I was squeezing past her, or kind of bumped into her shoulder is literally absurd. Like, literally just walking out of the door and gesturing just like, hey, sorry I bumped into you. Like, that was it.
Micah does not look amused.
Sorry, I bumped into you, baby.
You can bump into me anytime, baby.
Bump into you anytime.
Bump into me anytime.
I will say one of the most shocking moments, speaking of you, Paul, was leaving Micah heartbroken at the altar after saying no. And Micah, if Paul had said yes, would you guys be
Christine.
married today?
She really does.
Sorry. Okay.
I got the golden tissue box. Thank you.
Sorry. All the pressure's been off me, so I kind of forgot I was here. Yeah, I mean, I knew in that moment that the only thing I could do, you know, when I was asked first, was to give Paul the opportunity to answer first. And I don't care what anyone thinks why I did it. That was my life and my relationship and a real marriage that was on the line. And I knew that I was going to say yes. And I didn't want to spend the rest of our life, if he was to say yes, wondering if he did it not to embarrass me, or I needed to know he did it for him, and the only way I could get that answer was for him to answer first. And I'm happy I did.
Yeah. Paul, how does that make you feel, knowing that she was ready to say yes?
I don't know. It's difficult, I think. It's always more clear in retrospect. I don't know.
Let me ask you this. If she had not kind of punted to you and had gone first and said yes, would that have changed?
So my knee-jerk reaction is no, because I don't believe in doing things, like making decisions based on
this
other
is
people.
rough.
I really do think that, you know, you should own your truth.
Hi, my password. Thank you for the super chat, but what the fuck?
So I don't think that I would have, but also I don't know what that feels like. You know, to have your partner choosing you, saying yes, affirming you.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that feels like. So I don't know. I can't say with 100% certainty that I wouldn't have changed my answer, but my knee-jerk reaction is I would have said the same thing. I don't know.
Yeah. Micah, there was a moment after you ran off and they were interviewing Paul that he said he couldn't see marrying you because he couldn't see you as a mom. When you watched that, how'd that make you feel?
Oh boy.
Terrible. I felt like it was the worst thing that could be said about me.
You think it's because you know you would have been a great mom and he knew how important it was for you to be a mom?
It's something that I've talked about since the pods, how important having family was to me. My mom wasn't supposed to be able to have children.
Mackenzie.
The fact that we even survived, like, my birth was a miracle. I didn't have any siblings. I didn't have a big family, and it's something I've always wanted so bad. And I've said that. I've always said that. We even had a date just a few days before our wedding, and he said to me, he was like, well, what if I don't want to have kids down the line? And he brought that to me, and I was so upset because you know how important that is to me. So to hear him say that, and I've never heard this before, he's never said that to me, I've never heard about it after the wedding. So it was just a shock. It hurt.
What was it that made you say, I can't see
Vanessa.
her as mom or the mother to my children, our children?
Yeah, I think I phrased that really unfairly towards her. I don't think that it was a reflection of what she was capable of or anything like that. I think the better way to phrase that would have been, I can't see us as parents, because I couldn't envision myself, as she pointed out just now, couldn't envision myself as a father just as much as I couldn't see in her. And
Yeah, but he
I
didn't
wanna
say
take
that, did he?
100% accountability and responsibility for my half of that equation. I think it's very possible that the reason why I couldn't see that in her was that I wasn't inspiring that in her. You know, she didn't feel comfortable with showing that side of her.
But I thought she said she did. She just talked about it since the pods up until your wedding day.
It wasn't evident to me that, like, in my vision of the future,
Yeah.
that wasn't there. You know, you can say, you know, whatever you want.
You wanted actions. Like, you wanted her...
I just wanted to be able to see it, I guess. Like,
What would make you see that? I'm sorry. Just so I understand.
I think it's a little bit ineffable, right? So it's kind of an exuding, a nurturing presence. It's something that you feel. There's not really, like, tangible kind of, like...
That feels
things, I don't
misogynistic,
think.
I'm not gonna lie.
So you didn't see enough of a nurturing presence in Micah? Is that what you're saying? Like you didn't see that?
I think so. There was some of that. But like I said, I'm not saying that there's anything about her that is not nurturing. It's that I didn't give her the proper inspiration and motivation to show that side of her.
Micah, is this explanation making sense and settling with you, or are you as confused as I am?
Just as confused.
No, I don't mean it disrespectfully, because I kind of understand what you're saying, but I feel like you're dodging around the issue. Like, if there was a specific moment, you're like, yeah, that's just not something I see in a wife.
Everybody
or a mother.
take notes.
Or
We're unpacking at the
you were
end.
done at that point.
Please help me
So
remember all of the things.
You don't feel like this is giving you closure?
I mean, when I saw it, obviously I was heartbroken. It really hurt, and I reached out, and
Tori,
he made me
exactly.
feel
We're
like
going to talk
I
about that.
understood what you were saying. I was like, okay, I get what you're saying, but the way you're just going back and forth and backpedaling and saying all these different things, it just makes me feel like worse.
You know what's crazy? You love your mom, and I thought Micah and your mom were like doppelgangers. They were like freaking frack. They got along great. I mean, even you said, we have the same hair. I'm like, oh my God, this is like happening. But there was just something missing that you didn't find in her.
Sure, yeah, they're aesthetically doppelgangers, but obviously extremely different individuals, personality and character-wise, and all of these things. But that's not to say that there wasn't something missing. I think that that part of it is true, but it's just kind of, it is what it is. You know, some people connect in that way and are able to show that, and that just wasn't evident in our relationship at that point in time. So I would like to say that it wasn't something that I believed was just never going to occur. I thought that that could be something that was developed over time. I was entirely open to that occurring, but it just didn't happen in the timeline that we had.
Evolve in the experience.
Then why did I not hear about it until Friday? I've never heard that from you. You've never brought that up to me.
We were done dating like 12 months ago. You know?
You didn't tell me while we were engaged. You didn't tell me when we dated after the show. I've never heard this until I saw it on TV.
I'm not going to criticize you and be like, you know, oh, you need to be more nurturing. You need that. Like, that has to be something that comes organically.
If it's the reason to say no at the altar, it's something that I should have been told or talked to about and not be blindsided.
Yeah.
Sure. Zach, you want to add to this?
Yeah, I mean, I spoke to Paul the night before the wedding. I mean, he was up till, I think we were talking at like 2 a.m. at night.
Yes, that was probably a very long talk between the two of you.
Yeah. And Paul had no idea, like, he was completely torn. And he, up to that point, I can tell you how long we talked about the decision he was going to make. And I think he was genuinely 100% in love with Micah. And he just didn't feel confident in making a decision that was going to affect them for the rest of their life. It just felt like he wasn't certain. He didn't have that certainty.
Okay, but that's not a Micah problem,
that people throw out here is like the short time period of making that decision. And like you have to be able to have confidence, or at least enough confidence to take a jump. And Paul really thought about this incredibly deeply. It wasn't something that he just was like.
And I don't think that any of us take for granted, like, we don't think that you threw it to the wind, but I think that Micah did bring up a good point, that if that is the reason, or the biggest reason that maybe you said no, I think that she's right. She
Hannah, yes, that's the whole problem with this show.
Her as much as you saw Zach and you felt, and gosh, she felt. She was about to say yes.
Sure, I can agree with that. Like, I could have done a better job of communicating the things that I felt that were missing.
Did you think she was just incapable of that change? Like, why wouldn't you have brought that up?
No, I don't think that she's incapable of it, but I think it's something that should occur organically, not me demanding, like, hey, you be this way for me. You know, it has to be you. And
This
I appreciate what, you know, who
conflict
you are and seeing
avoidant.
that, you know? You can't just, like, request people to be a certain way. You know, and then all of a sudden
literally
they are,
can. That's
like,
what
and then they
relationships
end
are,
up-
Paul.
If they do that and they just change themselves to
Thank
please
you.
you, eventually they're going to begin to resent that, and then that facade is going to break down, and then you're not even going to recognize that person.
Deceitful
And then your
love. Thank you for
relationship will
joining.
dissolve. So it has to be organic. It has to
Somebody
be
put a
natural.
fucking pin in that. We're talking about that at the end.
Another character people remember
Me with my
is
notepad.
Micah's friend Shelby. But before I get into all of that, do you actually think she was right in retrospect when she said that he wasn't the right one for you?
I think a lot of Shelby's concerns lied in the fact that things are moving too quickly. I mean, she didn't know if it was going to work, and she didn't want me to have my heart broken, which it did. In that way, I think she was right. I think she has a terrible delivery.
which I understand. I do too. But she never wanted me to get hurt. That was the bottom line. She never wanted me to run off the altar crying. She never wanted me to have.
She
a
literally
failed
smiled
marriage,
and laughed.
That's where so much of her feelings came from. And I think even when they first met at Shelby's birthday party, I remember my friends asked Paul, like, what do you love about Micah? And he was like, I don't know. And it wasn't because he didn't love me. I know he loves me or loved me. But a lot of their concern came from that it didn't feel natural. It didn't feel like it was easy for either of us. We were both trying to get there. We were so in love, but I don't think we knew what the future looked like. And she was concerned that the marriage would fail.
Yeah. Not to call y'all out, but we are doing a reunion, and I saw some whispering over there, Zach. What did you tell Paul?
Yeah.
Bliss is like, I told you.
Here, Micah. Like, you're coming after Paul here this whole time, during this entire time when people have been attacking you. Like, Paul has like tried to make peace with you this entire time, and I see you over there, and I understand this is hard, but it looks like you are. Yeah, I'm sorry. It just makes me really angry because it looks like you're here for blood, and it just seems like he's apologizing over here. He's taking accountability for his actions.
He's not, though.
And
we're going to talk about that later too. What real accountability looks like.
What I whispered to Paul is what was happening behind cameras is not what you're saying, and what she was saying about Paul, what people have told me about the conversations that she had, it sounds like she never was talking about getting married to Paul. And there are women here who have told me that, and just to like come out here and try to make Paul look like this really bad guy that he's not is.
I have no intention of making
You
Paul
never
look bad.
defended him in that entire interaction.
So, okay, wait.
So you
There's a
say you
lot
heard
to
that?
unpack.
That's not true. Were you there?
So, who here?
Were you there? Me and Paul have talked about what actually happened when he met her friends. We hung out the entire experience, all three of us. We were all friends. Yeah, it looked terrible, but you were there. You're not someone that's going to sit here and believe the edit. You saw how weird shit looked for you.
I think that's his point, Micah, is that like we know what happens beyond the edit. I think that's what he's trying to say.
Yeah, and I understand that, but it's like I'm not here to attack Paul. You have to realize this: the things that I've heard that really hurt and upset me, I just found out. I'm not here to attack him. I'm here because I'm hurt, and I want answers about things that I had never heard before.
Zach, you said that people don't think that she wanted to marry Paul ever. I mean, you brought it up, not me.
Yeah, there have been women who have.
This is
told me
awful,
that
Gianna.
in the conversations they had with her, very rarely did she ever mention actually getting married to Paul.
Women here, so that's there's four others. I can count. Okay. I don't want to put you on the spot and make you name names because there's probably a LIB code going on, but you're saying very certainly that people said that she didn't want to marry him. She was just out to get him.
It was rarely mentioned, and that seems to be the opinions that I've heard. What I would say is that when I was in the car, from my own experiences with Micah, driving her back, she would talk pretty badly about Paul.
What can I ask?
Like what?
Chelsea,
Like
did
she
you
would
think
say he's a
wanted
guy.
to marry him? Was it Chelsea?
I know nothing about
Tiffany. Did you think she wanted to marry him?
I'm sorry.
Irina?
I think they were going through this experience.
Oh, we found it.
Yeah. I actually was thinking, I was like, I just know that there was times when me and Zach would talk about, like, do you think they're going to get married? Do you think we're, like, going to get married? It was like, I think that we're on a TV show. Like, we don't know what we're doing. Like, some of the couple said they didn't know
The
until they
TV
stood
show
up
that's
there.
called Love is Blind, where you say I do or I don't at the altar.
Yeah, but still, we're all, like, going through this not really knowing what to expect. Like, I don't, there was,
We have some clarity.
Can I ask you
Kelsey,
something? Did
for
you guys
real.
try and date after the wedding day? You did.
They literally said they did, Nick. Pay attention.
How long?
Check in, sir.
Well, it was pretty brief here in Seattle because she had to go back to Arizona. Then I visited her in Arizona briefly, what did I say, like a weekend, and it ended pretty quickly after that.
All right.
Okay. I will say, and again, you guys went through it, and we will actually never be able to understand it because since season 1, we've been a little more removed from you guys because this is your journey, and I know that you feel what you feel.
Yeah, I'm
But
sure that's why,
on another
Vanessa.
side,
Not
I
because
don't
it's a
think that
cash
lot of
grab,
people are
for
here,
sure.
Micah, thinking that you're out for blood. I think that you do want some answers. You are hurt as well. So I think you both have said your piece, and we thank you for coming on and sharing your journey and being extremely vulnerable. I know that this is not easy, and especially that fourth wall of social media.
Guys, let's move on. Now it's time to talk about our third love triangle this season.
No.
That is a triangle of Marshall, Jackie, and Josh. Now,
Marshall's like, please,
Josh
God,
got
no.
nowhere to sweep Jackie off her feet, but spoiler alert, if you haven't been on social media, they are still very happily together. Let's take a look at how all this started way back in the pods. Check it out.
Hi.
How's it going?
Good, how are you?
Well, how are you feeling? I was worried
No,
about
Elsie,
you.
for real.
But what's good with you? I'm fine. I'm alive. Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I'm trying my best. How are you?
All right.
Aaron, I know.
As soon as I hear like your voice, I'm instantly like comfortable.
I love
I'm
that.
instantly like.
Heaven, this person's name on TikTok is
for real dogging like
Taylor Elizabeth
I love
or
our
something.
connection.
I literally
our
just
connection
searched
is,
Love
like,
is Blind
very
Live reunion
strong.
on the live.
And like you're so easy to talk to. You're funny as shit. Like our energies are like on 10 when we both come in here. Like I love our connection, like for real.
So is it a problem that I'm not?
Gabby,
like, I
it
know
did.
your other guy.
We're gonna talk about that too.
He's very like romantic and touchy, like not touchy feely, but just like I'm not like. I'm
Like
not
soft?
Yeah, I'm not crying. I'm not like, you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Maybe you're just too hard, man. We're both scared.
Yeah.
And I think with time, we just have to learn how to give ourselves grace. I think we're so hard on ourselves, and we have to just understand.
Yeah,
this
potential
is a
trigger warning, you guys,
hard,
for homophobia.
Long process. This is a long road, and it's about personal growth too. You know.
Yeah, but I do want you to know that I really do care about you,
I care about you too.
and I really enjoy I enjoy every moment with you. Hey, I'm not just saying that just to say it.
No, I feel the same.
With us, it's just not forced. So,
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It comes natural.
Yeah.
Like poop. We're like poop.
Tatum, we're gonna talk
Okay,
about it.
Let's not go there.
It comes natural.
I mean,
Sassy, thanks for
everybody
subscribing.
does it. Everybody does it.
Everybody does poop.
Everybody does it.
Well,
true.
Jackie and Josh are not with us today, but I was
Yeah,
able
why?
to chat with them yesterday over Zoom. Take a look. Jackie and Josh, thank you guys so much for taking the time to join us from Seattle. You look good. How are things?
Doing great.
Doing good.
Y'all have been dating since the show ended.
Yeah.
Correct, yeah.
So you've got a year under your belt. The journey that you took last year has now been on Netflix for everyone to see. Anything you want to say to all those viewers about the show in your voice?
So I have grown within the last year. That person that I've seen was a totally different Jackie, to be honest. I will like to clear up some things, if that is fine with you.
Absolutely.
Okay, so I broke up with Marshall before I saw Josh at the coffee shop. It looks like I'm a cheater, and I am not a cheater.
And I understand what you're saying, which everyone wants to turn left and right. But at that point, by the wedding dress, you knew. You knew you weren't going to go through with trying on a dress to a man that you weren't going to walk down the aisle and even contemplate the idea slightly of, maybe.
Correct.
Yeah. Do you remember the moment that Marshall pushed you and it was the last straw and you're like, that's it, I'm done?
I do. And it happened off camera when we were filming the marriage, or when we were filling out the marriage certificate. He had called me a derogatory name. And we fought about it, and he left for 3 days. I think what it was a bad joke. It was one of those where we were joking, but it just came off as bad.
Marshall's going to be sitting next to me tomorrow during the live reunion.
Live my
If you
ass,
could say
Vanessa.
something to him, what would you say to
I'm
him?
gonna die mad about that.
Yeah, I would just say that I take accountability for my words and actions, and I hope that he would do the same. I can take accountability for the fact that I went from 0 to 100 really quick. And I can sit here and say that I should have heard him. I should have let him speak without being on the defense. We just were not meant to be, and we both deserve to be happy.
You know
right?
why you're not meant to be? Because you have that guy next to you. I'm dying to know. You kept the ring.
Vanessa said we're moving on.
Yes, ma'am. Why do you think he wanted it back. And you could be completely candid.
Marshall wanted the ring back because he wanted to propose to another castmate.
And then they broke up 2 weeks after production stopped filming.
Yeah.
But guess who didn't? Jackie and Josh. Hey, Josh, anything you want to say about your role in this love triangle?
I'm not the type to text somebody. I'm not the type to hit them up on any social media. If I'm going to say something, I'm going to say it to your face. And so when I had gotten hit up about going to Chelsea's birthday party, I was like, heck yeah. I had been cutting a lot of weight. I had 18 pounds to cut for this competition. I had cut 12 at that time.
Nobody cares.
And I was thinking, like, love is blind, but love is worth fighting for.
Oh. You're saying when you talk about cutting the weight, you're saying, and then you were drinking and it probably made you a little...
Yes, so...
Josh, you know, you don't drink on an empty stomach. Come on now, this is like... I'm gonna take another drink because I'm gonna go in, I'm gonna shoot my shot. It's my one chance. When you saw him, did you immediately know, oh, that's Josh?
Honestly, I didn't see him. I heard his voice first, and I just had PTSD because Josh's voice is so distinct. You know,
That's not what PTSD is, Jackie.
Seeing him and connecting the voice with the face, it was kind of just like, wow, like
it gave you all the feels.
Exactly.
So I want to know then, as the people want to know, what's next for Jackie and Josh? Are we thinking marriage? Are we thinking little JJs?
JJs, I love that.
I think we're taking our time with everything. You know what I mean? I think life comes at you fast, and we don't want to rush anything. I think, like, sometimes you can't rush love.
Yeah, we're getting commentary from the TikToker, Hannah.
Okay. You have a dog?
Yeah, I'm a girl dad.
Yeah. And I got a fish named Rick, too.
Rick the fish. I love it. I love it. Jackie and Josh, thank you so much for doing this and sharing so much with us. We are so happy that through all of the drama,
misuse of the word PTSD.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Take it easy. Bye.
Okay.
I'm going to let that marinate for a minute. Because there was a lot going on
Allison,
here in the
exactly.
Cast.
A lot going on the stage right
A
now.
lot going on the stage. But the only person that we want to know what's going on in his head is Marshall.
What's up?
Hey. Oh, I got some eyebrow action.
A lot of eyebrow action. What's up? What's happening?
All right.
Vanessa
What do you
is
wanna say
obsessed, and it's
after
weird.
watching that video?
Well,
Makes
first
me
of all,
very uncomfy.
a lot happened in that video. Let's just say that. But I think that a lot
Maddie,
of people
I'm
want
so
me to be reactionary, and I think that it's just best to just let them have their moment. And there's a lot to see and there's a lot to think back on, and it's hard to watch a video, however long it was, 2-3 minutes, and talk to each point that I would like to because I can't quite recollect what happened in the video. It's different when I'm here talking to somebody.
I hear what
you know
you're
what I'm
saying.
saying?
Well, since they aren't here, we'll start off. She said she never cheated on you. She broke up with you before she had the date with Josh. That was the first point she made.
Okay.
That's all you have to say about that.
It doesn't matter if it was before or a day after. It's still like you're kissing a new dude immediately after you just broke up with somebody, and I was supposed to be what?
So, are you completely blindsided that she didn't want this to work out, or did you know in the back of your mind like this isn't working out?
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things that I feel like happened between Jackie and myself that it would have inevitably gotten to that point, but I think what we all have to realize is that that's just the normal ebb and flow of a relationship. And there's going to be tough times and there's going to be great times.
So you would have made it all the way to the altar?
Absolutely. Really, I mean, I sent her to her in Mexico. I've run away from stuff before. And in this moment, I was not running away.
Okay.
So looking back, you don't think that you guys splitting was for the best? You think that you could have figured it out and had a successful marriage?
Well, that's a twofold question. Making it to the altar. I think that making it to the altar is the precipice of this entire experiment, and that was taken from me. Being able to have a decision in that moment, I feel like I wasn't able to have that.
Yeah.
And I don't know what I would have said.
Yeah.
But now it's just, I mean, back then it was just, there was no question to answer. There was no, well, you say I do.
So you don't know what you would have said, but you do know you would have made it to that point.
Yeah, and I would have given it a lot of thought. Okay.
So another thing she mentioned in that video is, to refresh your memory,
Thank you.
is that there was a derogatory comment that was made.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know what she is talking about?
I do.
She alleges, was it true? Because I looked over and you had all kind of eyebrow action.
Because there's
Elsie, I'm taking notes.
Between
we are unpacking this at the end.
And being able to move on from it if there is a pressure point. And being able to, so joking with someone and taking that out of context and spinning it and telling everyone that I said that it was a term. Whereas though I feel like we both were making jabs, and some of those jabs, she wasn't joking, because we can see that her text messages that were leaked, she thought that was true. That in her heart, she felt like whatever she said to me in that moment was true.
So for people that don't understand, there were some texts to her friend leaked, and she was talking about you and in a way that was not kind, or not kind. It was more like, oh yeah, go check it out for yourself. I don't want to put words wrong. But we want to know your part in this. Mm-hmm. So you said it was from both of you.
Yeah.
What is the context of what you said that was derogatory that she completely misunderstood?
Yeah. And so Jackie's comments that were made to me were, she was calling me sweet, calling me, that kind of stuff. Yeah.
I'm asking about what
I'm getting to that.
I apologize.
Yeah, so I felt like it was my turn to make a jab. And so I said, you got a strong jawline. You could have been a man for all I know. And it was wrong.
Whoa.
I know. It was wrong.
Wait, did you say this while y'all were signing your marriage certificate?
No. This was the night before we met my family. And I held myself accountable in that moment, and I knew it was wrong because she took very clear offense to it. And I always held myself accountable for stuff in the moment.
Hurtful and transphobic.
And even in the morning after, I held myself accountable, and I said this will never happen again. And we're just learning each other. We don't really know what each other's triggers are. And so I thought that it was a safe space because she's coming at me, calling me out of my own sexual preference. She was saying those things
to your face. The things that we saw on text, she was saying them to you.
So you're saying you think this was a situation where both of you were joking, but it went too far?
It went too far.
Okay.
And I take full accountability for that. And
I don't know how I'd feel if he talked about me like that. I get where
for sure. It was definitely wrong, and I take accountability for that.
Yeah.
However, I did not say a specific term.
You didn't use a derogatory
I did not use a derogatory term, no. I did not.
We will not be saying here today, by the way. You guys can imagine what that word is.
I did not say that word.
Okay.
And that word isn't even in my vocabulary.
So another thing, I'm just doing this because you couldn't remember the video.
Yes.
That she mentioned in the video was the ring. Oh my God, the ring heard round the world. This damn ring. At first I was like, what? Okay,
I know, y'all. Be nice to the person who's streaming this on TikTok because they're doing us a service.
She was very hell-bent on saying, you wanted to propose to somebody and stay on the show. And when I looked at you, again, you were like, that is not true. Yeah. So what is your take on that?
So the reason why I asked for the ring back was because it was a symbol of my love. We picked out those rings. And in that moment, I looked at that ring and I said, that's for her. And I felt like she didn't deserve to have that.
I don't want to talk about the ring. I want to talk about the other stuff.
And ultimately, I did not want to propose to anybody else.
Yeah. Okay.
That wasn't the case. And that's really wild that she would think that, because she was literally the only person that I was worried about in the pods. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the weirdest thing to me, is that she would think that I'm trying to propose to somebody else. Oh, no, I'm going to keep the ring. No.
But you did date someone else, and you spoke about this. Mm-hmm. When did you start dating her?
So,
and which
let's call a spade a spade.
Okay. I love that.
How many dates do you classify dating? Because we went on one singular date. And although we were talking back and forth, texting, so back it up. Keisha sent me a very beautiful voice message the day after Jackie and I broke up. Hey, I'm thinking about you. I know you really loved her. that really sucks.
How did she know you broke up? Because I didn't hear yet.
Social media.
Oh, because Jackie posted something. I'm putting it together now. Okay.
So, I mean, it was pretty much known throughout the cast that we had broken up.
So she came in?
No, not necessarily coming in, but it was definitely like we had a connection in the pods, and I feel like that was just who she is. Keisha is a very caring and loving person, and she did that out of the kindness of her heart. And I was like, in the moment, I was like, oh, you know what? How you doing? Let's talk.
Yeah.
And we explored it, but I just couldn't move forward because
crystal clear,
I wanted to distance myself from that horrible experience that I had, and I just needed time to work on myself.
So Marshall, obviously, she said quite a bit in that video, but she also said quite a bit on social media and other ways. Is there anything that you want to say to Jackie? He's on the other side of that camera right there. Anything you want to get off your chest, correct, say to Jackie in this moment?
There's a lot that I would like to say. However, I feel like we both deserve to just move on from this. And the whole you versus me thing needs to die. Immediately. And not just because there seems to be a need to clear yourself or defend yourself. You have a whole dude. Like, you guys have been together for a year, and you're still trying to make something shake between, not shake between us, but they're trying to make something out of nothing, and it needs to stop because it's only causing more damage than good. So I don't have any feelings. I haven't had feelings for a year, so let's just, I don't know, call it truce. But, I mean, I've offered that before.
All right.
All right.
Feels kind of dismissive.
Thank you.
Now we've gotten that out of the way.
Kind of having a one-sided conversation. I get that that's
Nick.
hard, but
I'm bored.
They're not here to defend themselves.
So how do you feel about that?
Melanina!
For the second time in this experiment, I have been
Thanks for
slighted.
coming. Nice to see you.
One at the altar and now at the reunion.
But are you putting into consideration maybe the woman who you thought you were going to marry's feelings?
100%.
And why she's not here?
100%. 100%. And there's a lot that's going into this, and I'm just going to direct this to the public. At this point, this is not about Jackie and Marshall anymore. Let that be bygones. Focus, let them move on. Let me move on. And just forget it. Jackie and Josh are happy. She's happy. I'm happy. Like, just let it die.
Well, speaking
Coco
of moving
Lux,
on,
same.
I think it's time to change some gears right now. Guys, we're going to get back to celebrating the key ingredient of this Love is Blind experiment, which is, of course,
Manipulation.
love. And each season, you, the viewers, ask to see what life is like once your favorite couples get married. So here's a little taste of what married life is like with our couples today. Check it out.
Welcome to the Browns house. This is Netflix Cribs, Love is Blind edition. This is the evolution of the shoe ball that we make about a sneak peek in on the show.
They're so cute.
Probably about twice as big if I can't stop by. Let's show you the rest of the house. Some pictures here.
Cute.
You may recognize these from the show. These are the portraits that I shot at Tiffany in Seattle. And this is our living room. We got about to have some breakfast here.
Welcome to breakfast at Tiffany's. So
Stop.
We just start off our day with a buffalo yogurt, some granola.
I just have to pee real bad.
This is a special
But
day
it is what it
because you're
is.
at home. We're gonna have mimosas. So
Ew.
cheers to us, babe.
That's somebody's kink for sure.
Cheers to the brown.
Don't hit me.
Hold up. This is awkward. All right.
Hello, welcome to our humble abode. Chelsea, I'm going to give you a quick tour. Let's go ahead and get started.
So here's our entry into our home. Oh, yeah, you know, we got dog toys everywhere.
Everywhere.
Here is the money space. Here's our living
It's a
area.
fun
We
view.
love this. We have almost panoramic
Yeah, of course,
view
Eric. Thank you for
of
hanging out.
Seattle,
Thanks for
the
coming.
Puget Sound. People want to know, where's the pink? You
Yeah.
can see it. Here's my favorite corner. I
Aaron
call
says
this
bye,
my
Eric.
happy corner. and these chairs give me life. Kwame's couch. Everybody. Kwame's guitar.
The guitar.
We got a cool shelf. We got lots of our a lot of our photos.
So we ever took together.
First photo we ever took
Eaten
together.
3 bottles
And here
already.
we are on the bedroom.
Y'all are not right for that.
This is our bathroom, but primarily Chelsea's. I primarily use the one in the office.
Yeah, don't play. We have our own bathroom.
Yeah, marriage tip. If I could give any marriage advice, it's get your own bathroom. It's just nice to have your own peace, I swear. Where's Baba?
I'll put it right here. So I'm gonna show it. So I thought I would bring it out for y'all, but I didn't. This is where I put it. I either keep it under just the top part of this or under my pillows. So that's Baba's home.
But yeah,
This is a
it.
$10,000 a month
thank
apartment?
You for joining us, and we hope you enjoy.
I mean, the cost of living in Seattle is wacko, so that's fair, but still. Does Zach just wear a suit everywhere he goes?
Thought we'd share with you a little song that I wrote for Colette on Valentine's Day.
He was like, "I'll have a really nice present for you," and I expected like sparkly, shiny thing, but it was way better than any present I ever got. It was so sweet.
Bye, Mateo. Thanks for hanging out. This is not real. I am going to shit. Come on. All right. Well, that's super fun for us. Let's see if this is working. Oh, okay, never mind. It's back.
Yeah, baby, let's go. Oh, don't worry.
You know, in hindsight, maybe it wasn't the worst. Literally. It came back. Oh, it's buffering. Never mind, it's working again. Sort of. Y'all, when I tell you I have to pee so bad. Oh, biological clock. This is getting taken down. For sure. Which is a goddamn shame. I'm gonna have to unfuck this for real. Because we have hella views on this and I'm gonna have to figure out how to fix it, but...
Sleeping Beauty is still here.
First of all, I'm sitting here, I'm next to Tiffany. She's like, I don't remember this video. But I gotta say, Tiffany, you wake up so beautifully and delicate. She's like a Disney princess. She's like,
No, Gemma Bell, I know. We said fuck it.
She's like the Disney villain.
You're so graceful and so beautiful. I loved watching.
That's why I said it's
everything
getting
in that
taken
video.
down.
I loved how I got a little emotional because I don't know if y'all remember.
I'm gonna
but
try to fix
a year
it.
ago when we came into the pods, on the women's side, they were like, Mom and Dad. They were talking about these two old fogies. And I do feel really excited and proud. And I'm not taking ownership, but when I see the 3 couples together doing music montages.
Oh, okay.
Auntie Vanessa is still.
Yeah, don't forget to like and subscribe if you're new here. Thanks for coming.
Just saying.
Yeah, well done.
Chelsea, we're talking about, you said marriage advice. You got to keep your own bathroom. You guys were talking about this, but then you also said, Kwame's couch is here. Is that the sleep couch? So is it the own still the same couch?
Well, this is the same couch I had at my old place. Brett and I have the same couch, by the way.
Do you sleep on that couch?
No. So I just throughout my
Willie,
life,
thank you for
I
the
used
super
to,
chat.
when I'd be
I
at
appreciate
home,
you.
'cause I really was at home. I used to travel a lot, but when I was at home, I would sleep on the couch a lot. And so I don't know, like once a week.
SG, we're watching
like,
someone live stream this on TikTok because the one on Netflix is not working.
Still happens.
But I always, there's one thing I do. I always do wait. If I ever spend the night on the couch, I wake up before she does, and then I go.
And you crawl in bed?
Yeah.
Okay, I like that. Wait, I have a quick question. I didn't get to ask you earlier about clarifying your name. It's such a long, beautiful name, and when you said it so beautifully when you guys were doing your vows, I love that you addressed his entire name, his name in its entirety, with the background. Kwame, did you want to say something about that?
Yes. So there was a moment where I said that I almost introduced myself as Alex, but when it's Kwame. Which, by the way, the rest of that moment was because I'm so proud of my name, but for some reason that's not in there. That was me mentioning that before I went on the experiment, I talked to my producer and just kind of talked about how to approach the experiment in the right way. We talked about maybe not talking about race or color for the first few days.
Kat,
right? And so
thank
my
you so much
thoughts
for
were,
joining
is there a
channel
way that I can make
memberships.
sure I honor this experiment for everybody in it, right? So if I go by my first name, maybe it makes sense because that way, like, I'm not walking in and being like, hey, Kwame, and then people automatically trying to put me in an area where they're prejudging, right? And it just, like, it helps everybody take the best out of the experiment, right? And it is, like, my name is so important to me. I've always gone by Kwame, and so when I saw the negative reaction to it, I needed to clear that up. Like, I love who I am, I love my name, I represent, and I
Facts, I'm so jealous.
Yes, yes.
Kwame's setting the record straight about his name.
The foot is down. The man has spoken. Barbara. Chelsea Barbie has met his mother, and his name is proudly Alex Kwame. Ladies and gentlemen, mic drop.
You know what?
There's no more. No more drama.
It's so obvious because we're sitting right next to you guys how happy you guys are together, how happily married you are together, and how special this year has clearly been for you. But I got to ask you, are you at all surprised by some of the reactions out there from people who are shocked and surprised that you didn't say no that day?
The floor is yours. I will say this. I feel that women feel the need to explain, to say they're sorry, to defend, and women need to feel empowered to make decisions that are best for themselves, period. Period.
I mean, I don't disagree with that on its
face. That is what I did
face.
for me, and that is what I did for us. And I'm so happy that I did, and I could not be happier. And marriage is not easy. We have learned that.
What are
It's
you
not
talking
easy.
about?
But you know what I'll say? It's worth it.
Yes.
It's worth it.
It's
And
worth
I
it.
wanted someone to be able to meet me where I was emotionally. And Kwame does that. He also challenges me to be better, and I've never had anybody in my whole life do that for me.
You know what? I really do believe that, I hate to say it, but it's unfortunate sometimes in this society. People just want to hate when you are so happy. And when you know what you want, Chelsea, you said it, you went for it.
That's such a good
But
idea.
people forget. Alex Kwame is a grown-ass man. And if he wants the woman, he's going to get her too. He's not trapped. He's not in it because he doesn't want to be it.
You're the
He
realest.
wants this
Thank
woman,
you.
And he married this woman.
100%.
And she wants, what is your response, Kwame, to people? What do you want to tell them? I mean, you kind of said it beautifully on your Instagram.
Yeah.
And I loved that because you're like,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter. You don't blame people for what they saw.
Yeah.
You know that this journey was you guys falling in love.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to say
That's
something
mushy.
that
You
was
got
said
our
earlier,
channel
like,
membership.
What you're seeing was literally like less than 1%. It's like a dab on what our entire relationship has been, you know? And so
That's valid.
what we got to experience together was what kept us moving forward, what helped us fall in love. And so no matter what anyone saw, no matter any depictions or whatever the case may be, like, we were madly in love. And there was a lot more. The decision I had to make was not actually Seattle versus like getting married. It was
I
actually,
know,
I had
facts.
a much different life.
Nisha,
I
thank
was a
you.
nomad. I used to live outside of the country.
I know, I just texted Aaron.
Yeah.
And so that was a difficult life to think about transitioning from. But that was what was so beautiful about it, because Chelsea and I sat down and we talked about transitioning from that life, and she came at it in such a beautiful, empathetic, and caring way that I knew that if I put that side of that life aside and I married my dream girl, we would find that life again, and it'd all be worth it.
Yeah.
Can I say something to all of you? And this is true for everybody on this stage.
Uh-oh, Daddy's about to talk.
When you do something like this and you put yourself on TV,
Thank you,
people
Mark,
watch,
for real.
they feel entitled to have an opinion, and that's fair because it's
Do you want to
television.
sit for me while I pee?
But there's only one truth, and that's the truth that you all live each and every day. So you're going to hear a lot of noise out there. You can hear a lot of talk out
man.
there. Live your truth. True for every one of you up here. Live your truth and you're going to be fine.
That's right.
Live your truth. You gotta live your truth. That's a Portlandia skit.
Absolutely. Sure, Marshall.
I just think that there's
Ooh, welcome,
there's
Oop.
a lot of grace that needs to be given to everyone here, regardless of what was said, what you're seeing, and what we're all hearing. It doesn't matter, really it doesn't, in the grand scheme of things, because we all put ourselves out there, and no matter if it's Irina, Micah, myself, anyone on this side, these guys here, this is all about love. And
Is this all about love?
It's supposed to be about this drama, this hell-bent on fighting. This is about these two here, those two there, and those two there. Period.
And I agree with that.
Okay,
And
you
what
can
I will
say that all you
to
want.
To add to that, Marshall, on that,
That-
note, real quick.
Vanessa's
to
like,
what
let
you
me
said,
stir up the
Kwame,
drama again.
It's not, we saw a little percentage, but some of it is about drama and fighting. And trust me when I tell you, I've been with this man for 17 years. It's not all roses and butterflies. It's not all roses and butterflies. But it's how we react to those, how we turn towards each other, how we work through it.
I want to
Whether
watch a
it's in
series of
relationship
just
with
Nick and
girlfriends,
Vanessa
with
fighting and see how
girlfriends,
cool
or
they
whether it's a
are when they
relationship
fight.
with the husband or with the people I work with. So everybody, I'm so proud of you guys for continuing to
Oh my god, if
work
Mickey
on
misses the end of this, I'm gonna die.
because that is what relationships are all about. We do have a special clip here. This is someone from Love is Blind.
Babe, you're gonna miss a special clip.
They sent a video question for the married couples. Let's take a look.
They're showing a special clip.
What is going on, y'all? This is
Oh,
season 3. This is
Holy
my son, Hayden.
shit.
He's also a massive fan of the Love is Blind franchise. He has watched season 4. He has not watched Daddy's season, and he will not ever watch Daddy's season, hopefully. But we both have a question for the season 4 cast. Out of the final couples, congratulations to you all. Who is going to be the first to become parents? Who is going to be the first couple to have a little cutie pie, just like I do right here? Say hi, Hayden. Hi, Bubba. Take care, y'all.
There it is.
Okay, seriously, if that doesn't make your ovaries burn, I don't know. Y'all,
I'm experiencing no burning, Vanessa.
Oh, he's gonna kill me. Okay, but I need to know who's gonna give me our first Love is Blind baby. I don't want to ask if you're trying, because that's
Ew.
I hope you're all trying.
That's no one's business, and also it's so gross.
Brett and Tiffany, what are you guys thinking on the baby timeline?
Ew.
No, I was just gonna say, as of right now, like, we're really just trying to enjoy our marriage.
Yes.
So, like, we're traveling the world.
You
We're-
got married
we're still
5 minutes
getting to
ago.
learn one another, but the thing is, like, we're so committed to one another. We want to have our lives set before we bring a life into this world. So it's not about, oh, we have to have a baby right away. It has to be at the right time.
Yeah.
And I was just about to make a joke. I was like, Jesus, y'all really put the baby pressure in.
This one.
My God. But just to echo kind of what Tiff said, I mean, you know, obviously for us, and for anybody, any one of us that got married, it's such a drastic transition. And definitely for her, like, you know, it really wasn't aired that much in the show. But me living in Portland and her living in Seattle was like a big thing for us, because with my job and her job, it was pretty much understood that she would have to relocate.
That's a yikes, y'all.
You know, obviously we went through a lot of change as a couple.
Spooks, thank you for the super chat.
She's made a lot of like sacrifice for the sake of our relationship, and I'm very thankful for her to do that. So with that, we're loving life together.
But
I mean,
Brett, how cute are baby Air Force One's gonna be?
Apparently it is.
We can do colors. We can do initials.
Hey, listen.
Yes,
when
Hannah,
Baby
that
Brown
too.
comes- oh, listen.
Baby brown.
Baby brown.
They said
I ain't gonna call her Baby
Oh,
Brown. When Baby Brown get here, hey, fly.
Love it. No doubt.
Why do we have
the baby Air
to?
Force One to bribe him.
You know,
Why do we have to do the escalator thing?
I was like, the clock was kind of ticking in my mind, and I think one thing that's so beautiful about this is that Kwame, like, I had to grow to be with Kwame too. People may not have seen that, but I love my marriage, and I respect Kwame so much
Makes me
that
so
I'm
happy.
like, let's step back. We're gonna let it happen when it needs to happen, and for me, that's a beautiful gift that Kwame could have given me.
Yeah.
What about you guys?
Well, we do things really fast. Our engagement was only 2 weeks and a couple days, much shorter than everyone else's. I can't wait to have this man.
Oh, I thought you were gonna tell me.
Vanessa, like, that's not healthy.
You know, we're not.
Wait, I'm sure you don't do all things fast.
No, we take this time.
Just making sure at the end of the
No, we're all good in that department. No, I can't wait to like. Have
This is so invasive.
You know,
Yes,
we'll talk
baby,
about
exactly.
When that time is, but I'm really, really excited for it.
Well, clearly this one can't wait. Whenever the time is,
No, I will
Vanessa's
say,
ready.
I think that you guys, one last thing from an old married couple, I think that you guys are right to settle in yourselves as a couple and to create that foundation. Because when you do get kids, that foundation is what you're going to fall back on. We continue to fall back on that. And we know that when they're 18, they leave and we've got each other. But it does get pretty awesome when you have kids. By the way, hi, kids.
Go to
You're
bed.
not watching
Go to bed. You're too late. Well, guys, we are all so grateful for all of you participating.
Please,
in this
God, tell me
experience.
it's over.
We wish all of you the very, very best of luck. And we are definitely looking forward to seeing your love stories continue to unfold as time goes on.
Thank you so much,
Wow.
everyone here, for being with us, including our audience, including all of you at home. Thank you for being
Thank you, guys.
patient.
Piss off, Vanessa. You guys. There's so fucking much that we need to unpack here. Like, yeah, the reunion's finally over, so now we can talk about all the fuckery.
That was kind of like
Good
disappointing.
God.
Maybe over, but if you want more love, more drama, and tears, well, you're in luck.
Yes,
From the
Tony,
creators of
same.
Love is Blind comes the ultimatum queer love, and we have the first look right now. Check it out.
Check it out. Bye, guys.
I don't even want to say her name anymore. She's like Voldemort to me. The experience was 10 people coming here, meeting other people who you could find something with. What did you come here for?
Hello, everyone. You're all here because someone in your relationship has issued an ultimatum. Everybody look. Everybody's
Can we not do this to my people, please?
Multiple people here. Someone
You're
here
welcome.
could be a good fit for me.
I am ready to spend the rest of my life with somebody.
Also, we haven't finished fucking season 1.
Leave an ultimatum. Either I leave you engaged or we're done. I want to get married to this person.
Yeah, this doesn't mean anything. It's fine. Thank you, though.
I don't want stability. I want freedom. I want to live.
Thanks for the gifts. You guys are very nice.
I don't want to go into a marriage having these issues. If you don't like my dog, you can get the fuck out.
Oh, facts.
Sometimes you can't see
100%.
when the person is right in front of you.
This woman's commentary is everything. Shout out to this woman for letting us leech off of her live.
You can't have us both. Let me find somebody who's ready.
Bye.
You said you wanted to marry me, but you fell in love with someone else in a week and a half. You wanted me to figure out what I wanted, and I did that. Find out if that was me.
We talk about it so you don't get. I know, Allison. We're gonna try and figure it out. We'll see.
This is too late. This is absolutely
Thank
too
you
late.
for the gifts, you guys.
This situation is just
I know, uncanned spaghetti.
That's your college teammate? You're welcome. You're welcome.
Haven't the gays
Happy to
been
help.
through enough? I know, haven't we suffered enough? I know, baby, and I was literally thinking the same thing. Sapphic love
Hope your
finally gets
pillow's
representation. It
cold
has to be
tonight,
this.
bestie. What do you mean?
Okay. All right. Shout out to this person. Brooke Evelyn, shout out. Thank you so much for letting us leech off of your live. I appreciate you very much. Listen, I'm going to close this now because I think that's enough. Literally, we don't want this representation. Yes, Madeline. Exactly. Okay, hold on. Let me fucking situate this shit. Turn that off real quick.
Just tell them. Oh, you already closed it?
Yeah, I closed it. It's fine.
Who cares?
I actually wrote out notes. Same, Danny. I did too. I literally have a notepad right now. Yes, Kendra, I am in fact a bisexual. What are you doing? I'm also non-binary for what it's worth. Thank you. Please don't fuss with my notes. Okay. Wow. There is so much for us to unpack there. Gonna come out for Pride Month. I know the disrespect. The disrespect is unreal. They had trouble finding singles for Washington, D.C. Maybe it will work on Netflix now. Brittany, maybe. I know, Jillian, we also need to finish watching that on the channel, but you know, the life just comes at you fast. I know. Thank you, Gemma Bell. Oh, Natty, yes, 100%. Absolutely wear boned, but also I knew that going in, and so it's fine. Thank you, Fax. Yes, I'm perfectly comfortable with she, her pronouns, but also with they, them pronouns. Thank you, Chantel, for asking. Yes, bisexuals unite. All of the queer love and also all of the shade at fucking Netflix for finally giving representation to queer love and making it that. This like very reductionist, binary yuck. I don't know what the fuck that is, but I'm not excited about it, and I'm sure we'll fucking be talking about it. Okay, notepads are ready. Okay, so listen, here's the thing. First and foremost, the thing I want to address is Paul saying that it wasn't fair of him, or it wouldn't have been fair of him to make requests of Micah, or like to issue demands or whatever. Oh my gosh, Kat, thank you so much for the super chat. Vanessa, maybe you should have another baby, let them breathe. Oh yes, Kat, we're gonna get into that because I have so many thoughts and things to share with you guys too, like little bits of research from a clinician about the pressure to have kids, the relationship escalator, all of that. We're gonna get into it. But the thing that Paul said about, you know, like the reason that he didn't tell Micah is because he felt like it wouldn't have been fair to make requests of her and he was afraid. Yes, go Aces. All of the Ace Pride. We actually have quite a few Ace people in our community and I love you all so much. You guys have also taught me so much because I was very ignorant at one point in time. And so bless up for educating me and giving me the chance to learn. Okay, the thing that Paul said about not making requests of Micah, blah, 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 whatever, because it will lead to resentment, big side eye there. Because in one sense, like, yes, we don't want to be the person who tells our partner, you have to be ways X, Y, and Z, or I'll never love you, because that's manipulative and we should love people for exactly who they are. However, the attitude that someone being a particular way, or like someone's behavior, or like someone not demonstrating characteristics that matter to you, you know, that just being like a foregone conclusion, you can't talk about it. Like, that's not true. Literally, the way that relationships work is us sharing and growing alongside one another, and also making kind and respectful requests about behavior, and also expressing how we're feeling, right? The ideal situation for something like that, especially if we're feeling like, I don't know, maybe this person doesn't want to be a parent, or wouldn't be the type of parent that I want to be, we need to express that, right? Ideally, we're expressing that like kindly, compassionately, and potentially in therapy if that's something that calls to you, but like we need to be expressing that, right? Paul acting like Micah just not being the way that he thought a mother should be, and so therefore like, oh, what can you do? You know, nothing I can do about it. Like, not cool. I'm also not convinced that that was the real reason that he wanted to be out of the relationship, if we're being perfectly honest. But I think that just was not the way to go about it. And also, I just want to educate folks that like in relationships, it's perfectly normal to ask or make requests or share how you're feeling, or share whatever doubts you have about your relationship, because that's how we grow, right? If we're both committed to the relationship, we both value each other and the connection that we have, then there's like adjustments to be made, right? The problem is that Paul said something really hurtful and didn't apologize. Yes, Gabby, we're also going to talk about the accountability piece there. Yes, thank you to everybody who is here. If y'all are peacing out, like, I totally understand. Thank you for being here. Thank you for all of the super chats and for joining the channel memberships and the subscriptions. Like, y'all are the best. I appreciate you guys so much. And thank you for being part of this community and helping us to watch this show in a way that doesn't suck. Paul's probably dating one of Micah's friends. Yeah. I don't know about that, but the next thing on my list is the accountability thing. The like Zach, Paul, Micah situation. Zach saying that Paul has been sitting here and trying to take accountability. I don't want to speak definitively because this was an absolute shit show of a live. And I don't definitively or like, you know, absolutely infallibly remember everything that was said. But to my recollection, I don't remember Paul explicitly apologizing to Micah about the way that he spoke about her. He may have, to be clear, he very well may have, but I didn't catch it. And so like, first of all, when we talk about healthy accountability, the actual words, I'm sorry, should very much be a part of that. Ow. But also acknowledging the impact of the way that we've hurt someone. That's very, very important, you know, actually being clear about, you know, I see that first of all, I did the wrong thing, or I said something that was hurtful. And also I see that it impacted your life in this way. I recognize that I directly contributed to your hurt, by saying this thing, and also by creating these ripple effects in your life, you know? I think he said it was wrong. Okay. Yeah, that's fair. But again, I think like, including the words I'm sorry is usually pretty helpful, and like I recommend it as best practice. Also, I would love for you to talk about family estrangement, going no contact, especially because when I disconnected, it wasn't this super painful decision. It was freeing. Oh yeah. Hi, bye password, for sure. Was that a guitar? What? I don't know. I might've made a noise that sounded like a guitar. But yeah, including the words I'm sorry are usually really, really helpful in an apology. And like generally, I just recommend it as best practice. But on top of that, we also want to be open to feedback from the person that we're apologizing to, right? Like we want to say I'm sorry. We want to own the impact of that. We don't want to try to minimize that or walk that back. We don't want to try doing the, well, yeah, but you thing. And we also want to give people space, right? Like we want to be open to receiving like, yes, okay, I see that hurt you. I like, this is what I'm seeing, and to give them the space and freedom that they might want to just express what's going on with them, you know? And I did not see that demonstrated there. And so like, again, not to character assassinate Paul, but just to, who's spamming? Hold on. Okay, yeah, deceitful love, you're entirely entitled to your opinion, but you are not entitled to force everyone to read it 75 times. Time out. with love. People are asking you kindly and respectfully to stop. Damn it, now I lost my fucking train of thought. I think people really think I apologize. Yes. Yeah. And I think that's, oh yeah, exactly. Not to character assassinate Paul, but like, that's the thing that I really want to drive home is that like, I don't think Paul did a great job of apologizing, but also to be fair, it was live. He was probably caught off guard. I don't think people should be called to perfection just because they so happen to be, on TV. But for our own selves, like this is a good thing to remember. It's hard in that moment when we know that we've hurt someone and we have that guilt to sit with that because it makes us feel like a bad person. And for a lot of us, it activates shame. That's a really critical moment for us to remind ourselves, like, I can be a good person and have fucked up. I can be worthy of love and belonging and also really acknowledge that I did or said something hurtful, that's our work to do for ourselves so that we can effectively apologize and be there for that person. Those are the moments that like continue healthy, happy relationships is when we're able to sit with that discomfort and like stomach that because we want to move through that conflict. There's kind of a cliche in the therapy community of therapists and clinicians saying that conflict is actually kind of a beautiful thing because it's someone basically bringing to your attention, I love you enough to sit through this discomfort with you, right? Like I'm willing to try to preserve our relationship if that means us having to sit through this uncomfy conversation. And that's a helpful way to rephrase it or to like reframe it in our minds that like, yes, this is uncomfy. Yes, this makes me feel bad, right? Like this activates all of my shame. But that's me stuff. And I love this person. I want to continue a relationship with them, even if it's not romantic. Like this works for platonic relationships too. And so I'm choosing to sit with that discomfort. I'm choosing to tell myself that like, yes, I'm worthy of love and belonging. And also I need to be present in this moment. It's a lot easier to do that, by the way, when we're in therapy or we've had time to do the work in therapy. So be kind to yourself. And also, there's links in the description to find a therapist if you want one. Vanessa Lachey is one of the hosts. Yeah. Am I tripping the host? I don't know what that means. How come it doesn't say Love is Blind is live on Instagram for me? I don't know. I don't know if they're still live on Instagram. Yeah, they never did an actual live. They just called it and they recorded it and then they put the episode up. But people are still, even now, having trouble accessing it, which is why we watched it on TikTok. Also, if you're attempting a repair, it's important to ask the other person if there's something else that was left. Yes, Stephanie. That's so critical. And like, that's what I'm saying about like giving people space. Choosing to sit through that discomfort also means not just giving them time to express it for like 5 seconds and being like, okay, I did it. I did the thing. Like, I'm sorry. Like it is being willing to sit through that for as long as it takes for that person to feel like they've processed that, like they've fully voiced that to you. I don't believe any of them go into it to find love, though. I think some, every few find it, but I think they go into jumpstart their careers. That's becoming an increasingly common theory for folks. I know a lot of people have talked about the lack of success in the seasons, and that potentially being a reason. And I don't disagree. I think the problem too is that even if people aren't going in with the intention of like, I don't give a shit about love, I just want to be famous. It's that people are aware that there's like a legacy that Love is Blind has now, and like people want to be a part of that. So it contributes even subconsciously to this scarcity mindset where people really want to be part of that. They want to be known for that. And they may say yes to proposals that they wouldn't normally. They may behave in ways that they wouldn't normally, because it's almost this like frantic sort of like fish snapping at fish bait kind of energy of like, I got to get something. I have to be somewhere, Mickey, thank you for your stream. Netflix canceled the live due to technical problems and they'll run a tape show. Yes, I saw that, Aurora. But you're welcome. I'm glad that we were able to do this in some capacity. Also, you guys, I have the worst itch under my bra strap and I feel like I'm going to freaking die. But it's fine. I'm going to fix it. This season was better than the second season. That's fair. I think it was slightly better. Also, Jackie saying anything about PTSD. That's not what fucking PTSD is. PTSD is such a real and debilitating and difficult mental illness. Gemma Bell, I can't be on stream without a bra. I would feel so uncomfy. Not that there's anything wrong with not wearing one, but for me, I would feel exposed. PTSD is like a very real and debilitating mental illness. And like, it's just not, it pushes my buttons as a therapist when people say that. When people joke about it or when people talk about it, like it's like, oh, ha ha ha, it's giving me PTSD. Like, no, like, please stop that. It's not funny. And all of the people who do have PTSD in your life hear you making a joke out of it. And it's very frustrating, you know? Thank you so much, because my boyfriend and I have had a couple of disagreements over the past few days, and he apologized afterwards for basically saying conflict is bad and that his parents really fought. Yeah, hi bye password. And that's a super common issue too, is like if we're uncomfy with conflict, we want to sort of speed through it and like make it go away as fast as possible. And it sucks, you know, it feels really bad to be on the receiving end of that. You're allowed to feel hurt. Same as OCD. Yes, Indy. Ugh, it pushes my fucking buttons when people talk about like, oh, I'm so OCD. No, the fuck you're not. Like, some people do have legitimate OCD. But OCD doesn't look the way that people fucking think that it does normally. It has nothing to do with a desire to be neat or orderly or clean. And it has everything to do with like lots and lots of I am trying to be careful about the way that I talk about it, because I don't want to accidentally trigger people. We didn't anticipate having a conversation about OCD. But there are lots and lots of symptoms that come along with OCD that don't look like just a sort of quirky desire to have like a neat and orderly house. It's debilitating. It can present in lots of different ways, by the way. Also, if you suspect that you have OCD, or you suspect that you have like really severe anxiety about something, that can be a great conversation to host with a therapist about what are the subtypes of OCD, how does OCD typically present, but also be careful with that, because OCD is a very specialized diagnosis and it requires a very particular type of treatment. The gold standard treatment for OCD is called ERP, or exposure response prevention, or exposure ritual prevention. And there are certain therapies that are contraindicated, meaning that they will make OCD worse if your therapist does them with you. So have a clear and conscientious conversation about that if you need or want to. Okay. Hold on. Because the time that her and Paul were together, and apparently she kept banging on about being a mom. Hold on. Yes, don't say that about bipolar disorder either. People don't think I have PTSD because I'm not a vet. Oh, yes. PTSD exists for all different types of people, not just veterans. There are so many different ways that someone can, happen to have, or develop PTSD. Okay. I'm probably wrong about Jackie because I don't know, that much about it, but something was off. Yeah, I think also, okay. Facts, chill. Paul insulting her and apologizing and backpedaling is his business. Those were his feelings, though. In fact, you should be able to... Okay, so listen, the thing with Paul and Micah, I want to remind everyone that the people on this show are fucking people. In the same way that you and I have had our ass in the street and gone home and thanked our lucky stars that there was not more people there to see it, these people are doing that, except they're unfortunate enough to have it filmed by Netflix and then have assholes like me on the internet talk about it and dissect it, right? There is inherently a power imbalance that exists with these people and Netflix as a corporation. But also I think Netflix doesn't do their due diligence in educating people about the potential negative effects of being on fucking reality TV. I really don't mean this in a shitty way. I promise I'm not trying to blow smoke up my own ass, but I don't think that people are prepared for how bad it feels to have a crowd of people dissect you, all of the minutia about you and your behavior and the things you say and how you look and what you think. And it's a fucking lot, right? And I think from the outside, when we watch reality TV, we think like, well, they signed up for it. It's fine, right? But they probably signed up for it not being fully informed about the potential negative side effects. And they probably signed up for it having no fucking idea about what the blowback will look and feel like. And so like, yes, a lot of their behavior was hurtful. It was not cool. It was something that I would never endorse or like encourage people to mimic in their own lives. But also they're fucking people, y'all. Like, do I agree with Micah and Irina running around and laughing at other people's pain and making a spectacle out of people being in very real pain? Absolutely fucking not. But also Micah and Irina are still people. a core tenet of the work that I do as a clinician and of my like personal values for the channel and just like my life generally is that all people are worthy of love and belonging. Even when we do shitty shit, even when we embarrass ourselves, even when we say things that are hurtful to other people or we behave in ways, even over a pattern over like years and years of time, we are still worthy of love and belonging, right? Like you're still good on the inside. It's okay to make mistakes about it, right? And also, it's important for us to learn how to take accountability for that behavior. I also want to remind everyone that the purpose of this content and why I make this type of media is for us to talk about these behaviors, to like examine this as a case study, and then to turn that inward, to talk about our own selves, to talk about our own lives, and not to speak definitively about the value of a stranger on the internet that we've never met, you know? I wrote my master's thesis on trauma and people can have secondhand residual PTSD too. It looks many different ways. Yes. Hi by password. That's a good point. Let's see. Whenever someone makes a passing comment about OCD, it seems insincere. I can't take it seriously. Oh, yeah. Jillian. I think, Nisha, somebody said that Irina is 26. And to be fair, like, again, she is still an adult. But also, again, like, it's important for us to just be mindful. Seems like you feel female people get a pass for being mean. No, I don't, California. I feel like people should make the effort to be accountable in their own personal lives, but that Irina didn't wound me. I am a stranger on the internet and Irina didn't do anything to me. So she doesn't owe me an apology and she doesn't owe like the greater public an apology necessarily for making mistakes in her own personal life. Again, I want to encourage people to remember that the hurt that she caused is hurt that she needs to be accountable for in her own personal life. And we don't know, to be fair, to what degree she's actually made amends for that. I can't speak to that because again, I don't know the person. But it's important for us to remember that these are people, you know, like it's very, very easy for us to dehumanize people on reality TV, and like TV generally, because we just forget, right? Like that's the way that TV works. Bye, Fernanda. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for the company in this messy show. I appreciate you being here. Yes. Critiquing does not equal bullying and people don't seem to consider the difference. That's such a good point. And again, we can like have conversations about, people's behavior and evaluate, like, is this an okay thing to do? Is this something that we should, like encourage people to do in their own relationships, as opposed to saying, so-and-so is a terrible person. So-and-so, you know, deserves all kinds of unspeakable, awful things. That's not, the work that any of us need to be doing. I don't know Irina and Jackie's actions, but I hate that people have been spamming and DMing about them. Well, and Ray, I think this is also a nice moment for us to talk about the way that Netflix produces this content, which in my opinion, I think it's on purpose. Just from like a media literacy perspective, I think that Netflix creates content that's easy for us to project ourselves onto the people we're watching. This is a really common tactic in novels, for example, in like especially young adult fiction. We see this phenomenon again and again and again, where descriptions of the protagonists in these stories are easy to project ourselves and our own characteristics into that story so that we have a greater emotional attachment to the media, so that we feel more invested. You know, this also happens on TV. This is like a very real thing that does happen. And so I think Netflix does kind of have elements of this where they produce these shows, that it's easy for us to project ourselves onto it. And then people have an increased or like heightened emotional reaction to that. And it's not to say that that's wrong. It's very human to do, but it's also important for us to be mindful of because it will influence the way that we perceive people's actions. I feel Micah handled the hurt pretty well, considering how my petty ass would have felt after someone insulted so important to my identity and my future. Yeah, I know that people are going to land in different places with how Micah handled that. But I do think that generally speaking, the way that Micah handled it really wasn't the worst that I've ever seen. And again, I think there's like lots of accountability that's going to happen off screen because there is just like such a clear like editing snafu, you know. Also, Erica, don't tell people to shut up in my chat. That's not kind. We're not that way here. Please be nice to people if you're going to participate in our community. Thank you very much. Filming all the time and drinking. There will be moments caught on camera where people are not behaving respectfully. Yeah, Ambling Soul, exactly. Oh yes, Elsie. Bella Swan is the blueprint for this. Bella Swan is the example for this phenomenon. Let's see. I feel sorry for her. Irina needs to find herself and be proud of whatever that may be. I felt like she was doing a lot of that to be liked and important to Micah. I know that a lot of people also feel bad for Irina after watching all of this. I appreciate that she issued a public apology, but I will say I did watch it. I don't want to dissect it like word for word. But it didn't necessarily hit a lot of the points that we just talked about in like making an effective apology. And like hopefully there is growth that's happening, but yeah, mistakes are okay, and also we need to be accountable for them. We need to actually acknowledge the impact of them. And I don't know that a lot of the people on this show did a great job of that. Okay, you can blame the edit for a lot of stuff for Kwame. Kwame's Alex stuff was BS. Everyone's names puts them in a place through his own why is my phone like blowing up? Hold on, this is like so distracting. Not that. Sorry. Just assumed being perceived as black would be a problem. I'm not even going to comment on that because I'm not a black person and I don't think white people need to have opinions about the black experience. Yes, Gemma, it's so common to insult femme presenting persons mothering. Yeah, the mothering comment, I do just want to talk about this. I don't know that Paul meant it this way, or that it was, like reflective of what Paul was actually saying. Cause again, like editing and whatever, we saw several examples today about how people's words were cut short to push a narrative. However, the phenomenon of cis hetero male partners, expressing a desire for their cis hetero female partner to be nurturing is a byproduct of the patriarchy and is a byproduct of misogyny, and it's something that's important for us to unlearn, both as cishet men and as cishet women, because that's not a healthy dynamic to perpetuate in a relationship. The reality is that in a, like ideal, healthy relationship, we're both caring for and providing care for our partner at different times, based on who needs it, like who's in need. But not in this way where one partner becomes almost like a pseudo parent to the other one. If you feel like that's happening in your relationship, it's super fair for you to have feelings about it and to want to host a conversation about it. As a general shout out, couples therapy is great for that. Yeah, Gemma Bell, Paul did not apologize for it. I don't know. I don't want to like speak definitively because I don't remember all of the details of this. Like, what are we at? Like fucking 4 hours now of this 4-hour live. But I will say at the very least, it didn't seem like his apology resonated with Micah, and that's an important thing for him to address. Okay. It's not okay to tell someone they would not be a good mother. Some things are better left unsaid. It would have been so sad. Well, I think this also like begs the question about like our responsibility as like participants in reality TV and like participating in media, This is a thing we talk about all the fucking time with this show, that like it blows my mind when people say these really hurtful things in their talking heads, because like it's getting filmed and everyone else and the person that you're fucking talking about is going to see it. And like this is what I mean too about how this media, like it sort of fucks with a person's typical thought process, I think, and I think it's important for those people to own their own accountability in that regard, but also it's important for us to remember that the production company is probably doing a lot to perpetuate or like falsify this sense of intimacy and closeness and privacy in these talking heads that might loosen people's lips in a way that it wouldn't normally, you know? Yes, apologies should never be I'm sorry, but that's just not helpful. Okay, hold on. What else do I have on my fucking list? Bye, Isabel. Thank you for coming. I cannot believe it's 4 a.m. there. Thank you for hanging out. Okay, the other thing I wanted to talk about was the Marshall issue. I do not want to ignite a storm of insults and infighting in the chat. So this is your warning. Be kind to the people in my community. I've worked my fucking ass off to make a community of people that's kind, that's respectful, that's safe for people. And if you threaten the safety of the people in the chat and of my friends, I will boot you. Like, I'm not playing around. We're not doing the feigning tolerance for both sides of an argument where one side is homophobic or transphobic. So before we get into this, know that. But also, Marshall making a comment that a lot of people felt was transphobic, that it came off as transphobic to me, not cool. Yes, cis is a prefix meaning cisgender, meaning that you identify with the gender that you were assigned at birth. And also Jackie making comments that came off as homophobic, to a lot of people and certainly came off as homophobic to me. Also not fucking cool. But what I wanted to talk about here was the tit for tat, thing that, seemed to come through when Marshall was talking about the issues there. Yes, Danny. Yeah. It's just not okay. And also whatever, I'm not going to get into it. But the tit for tat thing that I think is important to talk about here is that this is very common. This happens a lot in relationships where you hurt me and so now I want to hurt you, right? This is not helpful. And I'm going to tell you why. When we do this, where we start to keep score or we start to keep a mental laundry list of all the ways our partner has hurt us, bad sign. That's a sign that we need to have a meeting of the minds, a proverbial state of the union, if you will. Because if we are behaving primarily from resentment or from a desire to hurt so that it eases a hurt that we've been caused, we need to back it up. And talk about, what are you guys talking about? Team Edward, Team Alice. We need to talk about where we're at in the relationship, and we need to actually resolve the hurt, because usually the desire to hurt because we've been hurt comes from unresolved conflict. It comes from resentment, and it comes from feelings not being expressed. And so we need to create an environment where we feel safe to talk that out. And again, couples therapy is a great place for us to unpack that if that's an accessible resource. Yes, exactly. And the thing is that we can get in the weeds of well, what they said was terrible and so I deserve a shot or whatever. And there's so much nuance in all of those conversations. But the reality at the end of the day is that when we do this, it leads us down a road of further hurt. And if we want to have a healthy, happy, long-term relationship with someone, choosing the path that leads to more hurt just doesn't lend itself to that. And so we may feel like that's unfair. We may feel like I am being held to a higher standard than my partner held themselves to when they hurt me. But those are all your feelings. Those are all things that yes, they're very much valid and super fair and also need to be processed safely, healthily, ideally with a therapist. Yes, I definitely relate to wanting to retaliate hurt with more hurt, but that's when you should take a step back and ask for what your goal is. Yes, Mouse John, exactly. I think I actually have a video up on the channel still about communication and healthy conflict in relationships. And that's one of the tips that I give is that before you enter into a conflict, ask yourself, what's my goal? What is the thing that I'm trying to accomplish, or what am I looking for out of this communication? And if it's revenge, if it's hurt because I was hurt, if it's any of those things, pause. We still have emotions that we need to process before we enter into that communication. There's still more work that you need to do on your end before we can initiate a back and forth. Acting like immature beings, we need a timeout. Who needs a timeout? I feel like Marshall kind of put Jackie in his own box, his own cookie cutter idea of her, and Jackie was her own issues as well. She backtracked on what she wanted in someone. I think they both kind of echoed that, like, that was just not a good fit in the relationship. But I think it's super fair to say that the way that they treated each other on both ends was just, like, not okay, was so incredibly hurtful. And also, again, like, not the thing that I want to encourage or, like, legitimize as like a thing we should be doing in relationships, because like very much we should not. And again, to be clear, that doesn't mean that they're terrible people or that they're like rotten from the inside out. It's just that behavior is not healthy or safe, and I don't want to encourage people to do that. I hate that Jackie got a spin-off interview. Yeah, I'm curious about why they indulged that, quite honestly. Listen, Fax Machine, movie Charlie and book Charlie are two different people. I feel Marshall has the I'm the good guy complex. Gabby, that's actually an interesting point. I know a lot of people have pointed that out about Marshall. His skews. And I think that's a worthwhile conversation to have, because it isn't uncommon, again, in cishet relationships, for the cishet male partner to just kind of hide behind this, like, I'm a good guy facade, and to, like, give themselves a write-off for the hurtful things that they've done because that wasn't my intention, or I didn't mean it that way. And that's not an excuse, right? Like, we need to honor impact over intent. It doesn't matter if that's what you intended to do or not, because if you did hurt someone, you did. And we need to learn, again, how to sit through the discomfort of honoring that that's true for that person, if we want the relationship to continue to be healthy. I don't know if Marshall wanted to be malicious towards trans people, but what he said is still not okay. You can say transphobic things without, oh yes, absolutely. MLCD, that is like exactly the thing that's important for us to remember. And also too, like, again, we don't need to label Marshall as like a terrible person or like a transphobe, right? In order for us to acknowledge that the things that he said were transphobic and incredibly hurtful, and that this is continued learning that, like, likely a lot of fucking people have to do. I'm sure that there were a lot of people who heard him say that and were just like, I don't see the problem with that, right? And that's, like, again, reflective of work that needs to continue to be done, especially when we tell ourselves, I am not a transphobe, right? Like, I don't have any active malicious intent or, ire for trans people. And so therefore I'm not transphobic. And so therefore this thing that I said, even if it is transphobic, that's not transphobic. Like, yes, it is. We need to be doing that work continually in regards to, like, all different types of marginalization and oppression. Like, especially when we occupy the privileged identity in contrast to the community we're speaking about. The terms they used were hurtful towards both communities, and they were wrong in their use of the main thing. Yes, exactly. Yeah, but the death threats thing, like, this is what I'm talking about, you guys. I don't think anybody goes on Love is Blind knowing full well or expecting that they're going to receive death threats. Like, that's so not okay. It just is, like, a lot, and, like, not helpful. I do think Marshall's intention was to hurt her. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, I don't know that, to be clear. Like, I don't know the guy, and I certainly wasn't there, so I wouldn't know. But I think for a lot of people, it did feel that way. You can take your feelings out on marginalized communities just because you're upset, or what have you. Oh, what have you. But he owned up to it. Future actions will tell what you really are. Yeah. Fax Machine, to be fair, I don't know that he did really own up to it, though. Like, again, when we talk about the accountability thing, I don't know that anybody on tonight's reunion did a very good job of honoring that accountability and, like, doing the things we talked about. And there is also an important distinction there, because Irina saying something hurtful or doing something hurtful to the people that she directly interacted with is very different than Marshall saying something that has ripple effects for an entire fucking community of people, That's something that, like, would warrant, in my opinion anyways, not that I'm the fucking beacon of morality, but, like, to me, would warrant a public or, like, larger apology, especially because when you are this, like, public person, or you like have been publicized in that way, it's important to recognize that the things you're saying don't just impact you. It impacts like a whole community. And especially when it's like a marginalized group, we need to be very aware of that. And I don't know that he did a very good job of that. Neither did Jackie, to be clear. Well, that's what the future's for. Yeah, that's fair. Facts. No. Death threats are never cool, obviously. Although Marshall's comment was messed up, I feel like they didn't acknowledge Jackie's comments toward him about him being too sensitive and such. Yeah, Teresa, they didn't acknowledge that at all, which was wild because Vanessa was like coming for blood about all kinds of stuff, but just kind of was like, Jackie said something homophobic. We're just not going to address it. It was a lot. What I find annoying is that Jackie doesn't care about homophobia or transphobia clearly, but she wanted to weaponize it just to paint a picture. It was not genuine at all. Adam, to be fair though, I don't know that. Like, I don't know that that's true. I don't know Jackie. I certainly wasn't there. And so I don't know if she cares or doesn't care about the queer or trans community. I don't want to speak to that because it feels like putting words in the mouth of someone that I don't have the right to. They both said I take accountability for my actions. Well, Tatum, I think that's like an interesting conversation about like the like sort of throwaway accountability thing like we talked about with Paul. Just saying I take accountability for that is not the same as actually taking real accountability, you know? And again, I don't think anybody on tonight's reunion did a very good job of that. Facts. What the fuck? Listen, I had a black lab growing up, and so I think I have a soft spot for black labs. Vanessa spent too much time on stuff that did not matter. Yeah. Also, let's talk about the fucking relationship escalator, you guys. I need you guys to have babies. I want you all to have babies. Everybody needs to have babies thing is super uncomfortable. Very much something that Vanessa needs to work through on her own time, because if she's that committed to people that she doesn't know or like people whose lives she's not intimately involved in having babies, that's a Vanessa thing. But also, the idea that married people or people in relationships are just destined to have children is bonkers and like so embarrassing. Like, this is something that we need to leave in the past. That's not real. That's not true. Not only do not all people want to have kids, but also not all people are meant to be parents. Yes, Aaron, it's very much a societal construct. Not all people want to be parents. Not all people would be good parents. Not all people need to be parents or like feel that draw to be parents. And we really as a society should just fucking let it go. Because this attitude, yes, Gabby, but also too, like, this is something I wanted to talk about. Like, if the couple's going through fertility issues or something, like, so fucking hurtful and so incredibly rude to just be like, are you guys fucking? Is he cream pieing you? Are you guys having fucking babies yet? Like, how come you haven't had a baby yet? Like, Jesus Christ, that's so fucking insensitive. But second of all, it's so fucking invasive. Nobody needs to be asking about where your partner's ejaculate is going or whether you're using it appropriately. That's just like really a fucking lot, especially to have on a TV show. But also, as a person who's made the decision to not have children for all of my own very complex personal reasons that actually have nothing to do with like not liking children or not wanting them, it's super fucking hurtful when people bring that up. It's just not an okay thing to be like poking and prodding. I want to encourage everybody to remember facts. I just really want to encourage everybody to remember that if someone doesn't have a child either on them or in them, that might be for a whole fucking lot of reasons, infertility included, but also like trauma plays a factor, resources and accessibility play a factor, especially for queer people. Having kids is way fucking harder than people think it is. And so like, just don't fucking ask people about why don't you have kids yet? What are you doing? When are you going to have them? It's none of your business. And it's also incredibly hurtful. Like, regardless of where somebody lands on that spectrum, it's hurtful. It's invasive. It's a boundaries issue. And also it doesn't make any sense because in the year of our Lord and Savior 2023, we don't need to be operating under the assumption that all relationships will progress to this like increasing level of like intimacy or like accomplishment. Like, relationships aren't a game. They're not like a score sheet. It's not like you get a fucking gold star when you get to the end of your life if you've accomplished all the things that society thinks you ought to accomplish. People should just be able to live their lives in the way that they want to, in the ways that feel authentic and reflective of their true selves and of what is like meaningful and safe in their own lives. So like just stop it, you know? Yeah, Sasha, exactly. Like that's so incredibly traumatizing. Also, I'm so sorry that that happened to you. I'm sending you so much love. I'm sure that people have not been kind about that. And that's not fair. It's very real and prevalent in some cultures. Yes, Nisha, it is. It really is. Myself was destined to be an awesome auntie. Yes, Allison, actually, I'm glad that you brought that up because that's also a good point, is that even if someone doesn't want to have children of their own, be responsible for children of their own, it's not to say that you can't participate in the lives of children, especially like as an aunt or an uncle, or as like, you know, like cousin, family friend, mentor, whatever, of the people in your life, right? Like you can pour so much love and beauty and care and like guidance into the lives of children who are within your family circle or like part of your chosen family or your community or whatever. And like, what a beautiful way to participate in folks' lives and to create community, you know, like that's still such an incredibly sacred role to play in someone's life. And so just because you didn't shoot one out of you or make the decision to become legally responsible for one, doesn't mean that you're like not participating in that, you know? Yeah, it is an edited reunion. Yes. Why do parents feel entitled to grandchildren? I think it's a societal construct and also part of the escalator thing. I think a lot of people feel like if I don't reach grandparenthood, then I haven't, you know, reached this like legitimacy status of like being the person I feel I should be. But that's not on you, right? Like that's not your job to make your parents feel like whole people by having a kid just to appease them. That's not fair to you. My brother got married in October and they asked about it yesterday at a family event and they are young and getting settled. Oh, see, like that's so much. For real, I love being a godparent. That's so kind. See, I love that. Yes, Elsie, I think that's also a lot of people's experiences. I love kids, but I also love sending them home. Yeah. Okay, that's the last thing that I have on my list. I gave my mom's grand dogs. Yes, I hear that a lot too. Also, millennials really do be treating our pets like humans. And I love that for us because it's a perfectly valid form of caregiving. I love my niece like she's mine and that's enough for me. Ah, little bee, that's so sweet. What happened, Gemma? I missed it. My male coworker asked me if I was letting my parents down. Ooh, gross. Also, this is what I'm saying. What is wrong with people? That's so weird and embarrassing. I felt like Vanessa brought her pageant world vibes to the reunion. She did kind of look like she was wearing a pageant dress. Vanessa also being so weird by asking Tiffany and Brett whether they actually... Yes, Teresa. It's so invasive. And I feel like this is also the thing too where like Netflix or like the production company at least gets really comfortable with dehumanizing people. And like, I don't like it. Tatum, thank you so much for the super chat. Can you do a video on how to handle FOMO? Oh, yeah, that's an interesting idea. Let me write it down. I love that. Did you look at Zach's receipts? Yeah, Ilya, I like briefly scrubbed through it while we were actually live, and it seems like it was a lot about his mom, and like setting the record straight there. And so I didn't see anything about Irina or anything like that, but I also, to be fair, I watched it while we were live, so I may very well have missed something. Ew, yeah, you'll change your mind thing. Gross. As if anyone knows anything about your life and the inner workings of your mind and your heart. Weird. Why would they care? My parents want what's best for me and he didn't have anything. Yes, exactly. That's what I'm saying. People laugh when I express doubts about having children. Yeah, that's also very common. It is, again, a byproduct of the patriarchy and of misogyny. People assuming that people with a uterus will feel unfulfilled unless they've put something in it. And that's not true. Can you talk about the psychology of watching shows and reunions? Like what makes the public so rabid? That's a very interesting point. Let me write that down. Reunions, because we've talked about this before. I like talking about reality TV for this reason too. Because again, there's just like a lot of parasocialness happening. And that's why I think it's helpful for us to talk about it and to unpack it. Because I think a lot of it is like unconscious or subconscious. Like we don't recognize that it's happening, you know? My chat stopped scrolling. Whoops. Also, that was not English. Mickey, what did you just write down? Fun fact about me is I have the worst handwriting of all time. I get FOMO bad. I love that we have like a phrase for it now. Because there was a point in time where like I didn't know that I had, or I don't know that I had language for that. And it's so helpful to be able to quantify it. Thoughts on Kwame saying Chelsea was his dream girl after he didn't acknowledge her compliments toward him? Honestly, Teresa, I don't know that I really do have thoughts about it. Kwame and Chelsea are an interesting couple to me because they seem to have kind of like run the gamut in terms of their closeness, you know, the way that they respond to each other. And so I just don't know, like I have a hard time getting a read on them. And also to be clear, I'm not like a body language expert. I do not have expertise in that area. I love my IUD and recommend them to everyone. Go Gemma Bell, you go girl. My mom said the words, "I'm afraid you'll regret it if you don't have kids." Wow, little B. That is such a hurtful thing for a parent to say to a child. And I am so sorry that your parent said that to you. Facts. I don't even know. It still irks me that he said Micah still has a special place in his heart. How come? Like, what do you mean it irks you? You mean Paul? And copper IUDs last 10 years. So a safe bet in today's terrifying world. Yeah. If you're able to get a copper IUD, they do last longer. And some people have said that they, fuck up their hormones and stuff less. But to be clear, you should talk to your doctor about it. Everybody should talk to an OBGYN who's kind and compassionate towards you, to get a better idea of what's safe for you specifically. Make all of your medical decisions with like a licensed and safe medical doctor, please. Don't just get advice off of the internet, because sometimes the internet's wrong. I will just start saying it with everyone with kids. Are you sure you Christine, Aaron and I talk about this all the time. Maybe that's a conversation for a different day. But I think us societally having a conversation about asking people why they want to have kids as often and in the same way that they ask people who don't want to have kids why they don't want to have kids might be a useful conversation, because it might help people to unpack what they think are just like natural assumptions about the way that life ought to be, you know? I'm 60 years old and never regretted not having kids. I have energy and money to help kids that I need. Oh, Petty Deb, I love that. See, that's what I'm talking about. This idea that like, of course you'll regret it. Like maybe you fucking won't. And especially if it's a well thought out, clear, conscientious decision that's been, carefully considered, you probably won't. Talk all about it with your OBGYN. When a man says it's all about connection for me when you don't want it to be that way for me. Wait, hold on. Also, Tatum, thank you for the super chat. When a man says it's all about connection for you when I don't want it to be that way for me always. I'm confused, Tatum. Can you clarify? I want to address your comment, but I'm not sure I understand what you're saying and I don't want to interpret it wrong. I was scared of IUDs, so I got Nexplanon implant. Girl, I'm scared of Nexplanon. I had an IUD. I didn't have a good experience with it, to be fair. But Nexplanon scares me. I watched, you know what the problem is? I watched one of those videos. It just came up on my TikTok For You page of like the implantation. And that was like, ugh, that scared me too much. I'm a 30-year-old child-free woman, but I'm in the process of becoming an egg donor for others. Aw, Fabian, that's cool. My daughter doesn't want to have kids. I support her 100%. Yeah, Marceline, I love that. Nexplanon is amazing. The whole weight gain issue is more about keeping a balanced diet to maintain hormones. Well, Jess, and also too, like everybody's bodies do different things. Everybody's bodies respond differently. And gaining weight is a perfectly morally neutral thing. You can very much be a beautiful and healthy and fabulous and functional person at all different weights. Okay, I have to go now. I have to work early in the morning. Bye, Mackenzie. Thank you for coming. Yeah, I think I'm about ready to wrap it up too, you guys. I don't know if you can tell, but when my voice, when it like gets to higher register, my voice is cracking. I think I've talked for entirely long enough. Listen, I'm going to do my best to get this replay up. I have a sneaking suspicion that Netflix is going to go for the jugular in a few hours. But I'm going to try to do some creative editing to keep it up if I can. But if not, we will try to figure out how to, unfuck this situation. This was a journey. Yes. Thank you for the super chat. By the way, what's the best way to support? I'm guessing YouTube is worse than like Patreon. To be clear, I am so incredibly thankful for all of the support that you guys offer me, even if it's just being here and hanging out with me in the chat. If you want to financially support me, you can become a patron. The link to that is in the description, or you can become a channel member. The join button, you have to exit out of the live chat and then it's on the right hand side of the screen. But if you want to become a patron, we have 3 different tiers of that you can financially support me every month. Or you can become a channel member. We have 1 tier of that. And that will financially support us every month. But also liking, subscribing, engaging, leaving comments on all the videos is free and so incredibly helpful to the channel. Like, for real, I know that the algorithm is really intelligent. And so even if you don't subscribe, you'll probably see my content anyways. But subscribing to the channel, first of all, means the world to me. But second of all, does really help. And so even if you aren't able or don't want to spend your hard-earned money dollars in this economy, like, subscribe, leave me comments, engage with the content, all of the things, even the videos that are not quite as salacious, Thank you, Hannah, for putting my Patreon in the chat. Even the videos that are not quite as salacious, giving me love on those videos helps too. And also helps us reach more people and help, people unlearn stuff and learn new things all the time. So, thank you all. I love you guys. I will catch you on the flippity flip. Thank you for being here. This was a journey. Yes, Gemma Bell, thank you for hanging out for this disaster. I'll catch you all in the flippity flip and I will see you around. Brittany! Oh my gosh. Just want to say that you're appreciated and I've been watching you since before you were famous. Brittany, that's so cool. Thank you for the super chat. That's dope as hell. Thank you so much for being here. Nisha, thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out and being part of our chat today. Yes, Tatum. Oh, you guys, next month we're doing MILF Manor for May Mental Health Month, and I'm so excited. It's gonna be so fun. We're gonna stream a MILF Manor on Mother's Day, you guys. It's for the vibes. We have to do it. So come hang out with us next month. It's gonna be really fun. All right, I love you guys the most. I hope you have a great night or morning or afternoon, wherever you are. And I'll see you around. Bye.